It looks like our glitch is sorted. Officially, good morning and welcome to the All Atlantic Oceans Research and Innovation Alliance Forum. The last time I interacted with this community was virtually in 2020 during COVID-19. So when I was going through the program, I did see some familiar names and I was looking forward to meeting everyone in person. My name is Tulile Kanyile. I'm going to be your program director today. I myself am a scientist, molecular biologist, and I'm a social entrepreneur. And from time to time, I use my ability to talk to gather people and communicate as I'm doing today. And I look forward to these engagements. I remember last time there was quite a lot of collaboration across countries. There were a lot of plans being made, a lot of implementation plans, and a lot of partners, and it was really exciting, even virtually. And I understand this time we're gathering again to have a look at the declaration and have a look at the statements that have been written and have a look at what we're going to be doing for the next couple of years. But also it's just so exciting to always have different sectors of these communities taking part, because as researchers we always like to just be researchers. So it really is cool that this forum and this alliance is deliberate about NGOs being a part of this, civic society being a part of this, private sector and so on. So it's going to be really amazing for me and I hope it's going to be amazing for you too, to engage on these on this topic and to hear all of the feedback that's coming from everyone. I do understand that there are expected outcomes, and it's always good to attend events where there are expected outcomes and implementation plans that are going to be put in place, because otherwise it's really a talk shop, and I think we don't like those anymore. Yes. It is now my great pleasure to introduce and take this opportunity to introduce the Director General, Okay, we were having a glitch earlier because we were trying to get the DG online. And it doesn't look like we succeeded with that. But fortunately, we've got Mr. Imran Patel, who's going to come to us and do our opening remarks. Mr. Patel, you can come through.
Good morning, Tuli. I am not the Director General. I haven't been promoted. I'm still the Deputy Director General. But yes, we were unable to sort out the technical glitch. So not to keep this program from moving ahead, because we have a very intense 1.5 days of activities, we've agreed with the Director General that I will simply read his speech on his behalf. I will make my separate comments later. So here goes, colleagues. So these are welcoming remarks by the Director General to the All Atlantic Research in Forum was successful in bringing together research stakeholders and provided a platform for potential collaborative projects. This yielded several joint projects that were supported to a large extent by the European Commission. It was during the Brazil Forum that a need for coordination between the Galway and Balham statement emerged. In response, the EC funded a coordination and support instrument in the form of the All-Atlantic Cooperation for Ocean Research and Innovation. I think everyone talks about ANCHOR. When I started, that's ANCHOR. ANCHOR not only facilitated coordination between the Galway and Balham statements, but also included other nations between the two All-Atlantic Ocean Collaborative Statements. Your agenda for today includes feedback on these projects, with focus on how we can leverage further cooperation and benefits from these projects. Practical actions and proposals in this regard will be captured in the outcome statement and short-term work program for the Alliance. Also in 2018, the All-Atlantic Ocean Youth Ambassadors Program was launched in Galway. This program provided an opportunity for All-Atlantic youth to assist in tackling some key social challenges and to engage the global community. The Cape Town Forum will need to reflect on the significance of the Ocean Ambassadors Program and to chart a way forward on how to maintain the strong involvement of young people and emerging researchers and innovators in advancing AAORIA through initiatives such as the Ocean Youth Ambassadors and, if need be, other initiatives. As you will remember, the second AAORIA Forum was hosted by the EU in February 2020, just prior to the worldwide disruptions that resulted as the global community responded to the COVID-19 pandemic. The 2020 Brussels Forum was significant in that it took stock of what was achieved and to create a platform for new collaborative initiatives to have the opportunity to meet and plan. 2 other forums took place, the one that Tuli mentioned in Cape Town in 2020 and in Ponta Delgada in 2021. I had the pleasure, the DG, of welcoming participants to the 2020 virtual forum. These forums laid the basis for the signing of the Ministerial Declaration in Washington in 2022 by 8 countries and the formalization of an all-Atlantic Oceans Research and Innovation Alliance. A firm platform is now in place for AAORIA to play a transformative role in the management and protection of the Atlantic Ocean and its communities. However, as South Africa has learned through the active involvement in other global projects such as the Square Kilometre Array Telescope and the Global Earth Observation Systems of Systems, the building of such a transformative partnership will require time, resources, and the full commitment of all partners to join programs and initiatives. As South Africa, we are confident that the various initiatives that will be showcased at this forum will contribute to the broader agenda. As part of broadening the alliance, I have been informed that the High-Level Advisory Board has accepted requests made by Norway and the United Kingdom to join the alliance. As chair of the High-Level Advisory Board, South Africa welcomes the new partners and looks forward to hearing about their expectation and how they can contribute to advancing the 7 key strategic intents detailed in the Washington Ministerial Declaration. I would like to acknowledge the strong commitment by all partners to facilitate the effective involvement, participation, and leadership of young people. We are confident that the youth will place themselves at the center of the discussions shaping the way forward. In addition, your discussions in the next 2 days needs to include engagements on the distinct value add of AAORIA to the implementation of the UN Decade of Oceans, and which effectively complements other national and other partnership efforts. We note the elevation of ocean literacy and societal impact in the DNA of AAORIA. This, combined by greater appreciation of the importance of ocean research, will help to cultivate new partnerships between government, civil society, private sector, and the research community. The program for the next 2 days ensured that the role of civil society, the youth, and early career professionals is prominent, as this will be vital in future-proofing the AAORIA Declaration. I would like to conclude by wishing you all well over the next 2 days as you engage strategically on how to accelerate implementation of the Ministerial Declaration. The program includes inputs from representatives of government, the research community, society, private sector, NGOs, as well as other global Atlantic Ocean sectors. Your insights, contribution, and views will be critical in crafting a work program that advances research and innovation in ways that enhance social impact and benefits. Notwithstanding the packed program that you need to get through over the next 2 days, I hope you have set aside some time to enjoy the many joys that the beautiful city of Cape Town and South Africa and its people can provide. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Patel. I must say that from that statement or from those opening remarks, it really is interesting and it really is positive to hear about future-proofing. I mean, young people really are the future, and if we don't bring them in these conversations, we're almost setting ourselves up for a little bit of failure. But it's also really exciting to hear about involvement in civic society and how really research can impact the real person, the person that we don't see when we're doing our research, and that's important. And I think now we're going to receive short remarks by the EU Ambassador to South Africa, Her Excellency Mrs. Sandra Kramer. Thank you. We can do a round of applause. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Tuli. Good morning, everybody. Dear Director General, observed, I am the European Union Ambassador to South Africa, and I'm really delighted to be here today with you. I greet you all, and in particular, of course, I greet John Bell of the European Union's Department of Research, and Innovation, as well as Laurent, my colleague who is based in Addis, and Elizabeth and many others who are here to work with you over the next few days. And I would like to thank also South Africa for the leadership that it's shown in chairing the Alliance this year and in organizing this excellent forum. And that will help us bring the AAORIA Declaration into practice, because I think that's what we're about to do, is to really be practical. I'd like to thank the Department of Science and Innovation in particular. The European Union and many others have an excellent relation with the department, and Minister Zimande was in Brussels yesterday with a very, very important visit, because there's the European Hydrogen Week. Now, the key role of the ocean in our planet, I don't need to explain to this audience. It's well recognized, and it's largely thanks to you, the scientific world and the community of scientists, that this recognition is there. So let me zoom in on three elements through which your efforts have opened the eyes of policymakers, of politicians, and of citizens, and have helped to put the ocean in the center of the debate. So the first element is evidence-based approach to policymaking. And this is certainly the case for the European Union. The European Union has embraced this principle and is acting in several policy areas to protect the ocean, seas and waters, and the hydrosphere at large. And this is part of our pledge to the European Green Deal, to respond to the needs of our citizens and the citizens of our blue planet. And through policies such as climate law, or the biodiversity strategy, or the proposed nature restoration law, or the action plan to protect and restore marine ecosystems, or the zero pollution action plan, the European Union is taking decisive actions to tackle the triple planetary climate, biodiversity, and pollution crisis in the ocean. The second element is the active implementation of policies. We're witnessing profound changes in the Atlantic. Ecosystems change, marine heat waves, sea level rise, to name just a few. They are affecting all the coasts and their communities and beyond. Climate change is amplified in the polar regions, and the risk of reaching tipping point are becoming significant. The European Union is determined to pursue the efforts on marine science through its European Research Innovation Framework Programme, and to work with international partners to deploy solutions to preserve marine ecosystems, to use the power of marine protected areas to restore degraded ecosystems and to thrive towards a healthy Atlantic. Horizon Europe, which I hope all of you know, is the largest research and innovation program open to international cooperation. Through its projects and initiatives, the European Union links with key policy areas and international partnerships to bring science and knowledge to practice to local communities around the world, and in particular to regions in Africa. The third element I'd like to bring to you is international cooperation. This ambition cannot be realized by countries working on their own. And that is where the power of the All-Atlantic Ocean Research and Innovation Alliance comes in. We are so proud to stand here today with our key international partners and glad to be welcoming new partners to this open alliance. The All-Atlantic Ocean Research and Innovation Alliance is open to all willing partners through the Atlantic Ocean, sharing a common vision, values, and goals. And we look forward in particular to embrace new partners from Africa with an Atlantic coastline. This is so much that we can do together. The Alliance Declaration not only welcomes new partners, but also international and regional organizations as supporters. And I would encourage all relevant African and international entities and bodies to become an official supporter of the priorities identified in the declaration. The European Union would also welcome if the IOC considers the option to become a supporter of the alliance. The European Union has a great initiative, also referenced in the declaration, and it's called the mission Restore Our Oceans and Waters. The mission aims to restore the health and natural capital of the hydrosphere as a whole. And by the end of 2024, the mission will deliver a prototype digital twin of the ocean, putting the knowledge of our ocean in our hands in an actionable form. And as such, this mission, and in particular its Atlantic-Arctic Lighthouse, are well aligned with the Alliance Declaration. The Alliance is also aligned with and contributes to other international initiatives, such as the Partnership for Atlantic, or the UN Decade of Ocean Science, or the Polar Summit in Paris, held at the beginning of this month. So, to conclude, the Alliance is an example of science diplomacy cooperation. It's been recognized as an example in the European Union's communication on a global approach for research and innovation, where openness is considered crucial to accelerate scientific progress, pool resources, and nurture vibrant innovation systems. Also on international cooperation, as you know, the European Union is a very strong strategic partner to South Africa. Not only the largest trade and investment partner, but partnering with South Africa on its green transition, on digitalization, on education, health, transport, and many more things through the European Union's Global Gateway strategy. So I wish you a fruitful meeting that will help in defining the future path and the priorities of the Alliance. The European Union and its delegation in South Africa very much support the great tasks that are ahead of you in these 2 days. I wish you excellent meetings. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador, for those well wishes for the next 2 meetings. And as I said earlier, it's such an action-oriented forum. And I mean, I felt this last time and I'm feeling it even more today. And I mean, to recognize as well just the expansion and the inclusion of new partners and the call for supporters. It's so heartwarming to see research really being at play and really participating in diplomacy and decision-making. We're now going to have short statements from the AAORIA Declaration signatories, and I would like them to all come up to stage. I think it's going to help us to move along swiftly. So I want to invite them, all these partners, the high-level board as well, to come to the stage, and then they can provide us with these short statements. And perhaps as they do that, I do want to say I'm going to start with the European Commission, which is represented by Dr. John Bell. So Dr. John Bell can make his way. Yes.
Thank you, Tule. I'm surprised for those of us who have the pleasure of watching South Africa winning the World Cup in rugby, that they haven't changed the shape of the NDP. Being from Ireland, it's easy. We beat South Africa, so we're delighted when South Africa won. But again, it's a sign. South Africa, we wake up this morning to some very important insights. South Africa is the global capital of turning hope into history, and that's what we have to do. So we've had a lot of thanks so to Phil, Imran, Gilbert, Zambuzo, and all of our colleagues. Thank you for all of this. So my 3 words really would be urgency, equity, and focus. Urgency, looking last night at the feedback in preparation to the COP, at the feedback from the Polar Summit, at some of the attacks on science that are taking place around the world. We need to step up our efforts, and we need to focus, and we need to have a high impact. We're racing into a decade of tipping points. We know, to borrow a phrase from Shelley, that the ocean is the unacknowledged legislator, regulator of the planet. And we need, with the IOC decade and the work that we're doing, and through a number of high outcome activities here, to make a difference in terms of our task to make peace with nature, which is our task of a generation. And science has to play this role, and Imran was talking about the added value of AAORIA. We are all committed to make this decade of ocean science not a talking shop, as you said at the beginning, but a convening of action and knowledge and insight that can be made accessible for actual transitions to take place. And in particular, for those of us who have the investment in science and its infrastructures, to benefit the public good for those parts of the world that will be most impacted by the changes coming in an equitable and a fair way. So AAORIA is unique in that we are flexible, we can be focused, we can convene different groups of people, we have a very clear agenda from Washington. We do not have to do everything all the time. We're out of time in terms of having a duplication of other things. So one of the things I would say in terms of this urgency in our meetings today, it's, the time for talking and process. We have our mandate. Let us in the next couple of days identify a limited number of high impact areas where particular leaders here can mobilize the resources in a way that only AAORIA can. So AAORIA, we can work with coalitions of the willing, of funders. We can work in building, the vision is that we're creating in the long term an Atlantic research and innovation community from pole to pole. It has to be, the second word I use is equity, inclusive. It has to be open. The science and the research and innovation, Ambassador Crane was saying, our scientific obligation here is to make what we do accessible and open, and it has to be done in a way that can look after those who are going to be most vulnerable to the impact. So we in particular in the European Union are interested in the resilience, the climate resilience aspect, that in this urgent period, the mobilization of science resources and the identification of solutions and the engagement with particular communities, including indigenous communities, maybe between now and Canada we can do something clear and big and connected in that area. And the third word I was using was focus. I've just said it. We shouldn't try to do everything. It's very good when we convene to get our scientific communities together and to see where we're at. Probably, we had the Polar Summit, Ambassador Kramer mentioned recently, we probably need to identify one or two conversations that we need to have over the next few months. I think we need to have a conversation about our polar science somewhere along the way. We probably need to think about who else we can bring into our community. I am delighted that we have our colleagues here from the United Kingdom and from Norway, and I think that's a sign of how we should be and where we're going. So, we have a lot of other colleagues in the Caribbean, in other places. We need to think about, is there a way in the coming period, a simple way, that we can start to help to connect and include people there? So the polar side and the Caribbean would be two elements that we can keep in the back of our minds. And in terms of focus, to conclude, we should, by the end of this couple of days, have identified through co-leadership to 1, 2, 3 maybe even, flagship, maybe a scientific flagship, maybe a resilient impact flagship. We'd like to do something on resilience with communities. But I think we should also try and do one thing that we all do together, and Tula said it at the beginning, we have a generational responsibility here. We don't have time for the generation who are going to be handed all of this to go through their careers and, learn from their mistakes and end up being as, haggard as people like me, through their experiences and all the rest and learning along the way. We need to help them to fast track themselves into leadership, scientific and policy leadership. So I think one of the things we should aim at, all of us, funders, is to raise our collective level of ambition for everybody to support and develop young, early career researchers at a much higher level and a more consistent level, and including to help those who are not in the situation in our neighbouring countries to bring their young professionals forward, so that at least we can do something to prepare the next generation for what is to come. So there we go. Sorry, Tula, when I'm in South Africa, you can't help but be inspired. And whatever happens, we know that where science leads, civilization follows. Thank you.
Where science leads, civilization follows. Thank you. I will now call upon the leader from Cape Verde. Okay, I'm going to instead then invite the United States of America, represented by Dr. Steve Thur.
Good day, everyone. Our host, South Africa, thank you very much for organizing this forum. To my fellow AAORIA signatories and our new partners, and to all those that may become partners in the future, thank you for coming together today to build on the work of the AAORIA Declaration and the important work that has been done under both the Galway and Belém statements. My name is Steve Thur, and I am the Assistant Administrator for Research at the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, and I am the proud HLB member from the United States. At NOAA, every day we work to better understand the Atlantic and its wide-ranging influences. This knowledge, when applied to practical use, is informing our efforts in critical areas such as weather forecasting, addressing the urgent climate crisis, managing our fisheries and special places, and reducing the risks associated with disasters. My personal passion lies in the use of science to improve society. If we are not having a societal impact through the research that we are conducting, in my opinion, we are missing the largest opportunity. My background is in marine science, and I have to say that my desire is to see the AAORIA Alliance move forward in a way that we're able to broaden the partnership and increase our understanding of our shared ocean. By improving the way that we observe the marine environment and share related data, we can ensure that the Atlantic Ocean continues to support our economies and our communities into the future. This passion and the desires to translate research into meaningful action also drives AAORIA. That and understanding that together we can achieve more than any one country or organization could on their own. I echo what John said. I believe that focus and urgency are two things that we can discuss here this week, and the selection of a couple of key priority areas will allow us to move from discussion to action and also give us a basis to attract new partners to broaden the alliance. I look forward to the discussions in the coming days and hope that they can lead to the identification of those priorities for the coming year. Thank you.
Unfortunately, Brazil could not join us physically this morning, but I believe they're on standby virtually.
You hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, I bring the greetings of our Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, Luciana Santos. Brazil is fully committed with the fight against the consequences of climate change that we are already facing. At the moment we speak, thanks to the combination of El Niño and warmer waters in the Atlantic Ocean, we are facing in Brazil a dry scenario in the northeast and north and a flood in the southern region of Brazil. This is not a scientific design, that's a reality in which we have together fight. Otherwise, we are going to observe this all over the planet. Realizing the importance of the Atlantic Ocean and to create a better scenario for our lives, the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation created an institute that will look exactly to the ocean and the science of the ocean to help us to fight climate change, the overexploration of the ocean, to help our islands along the coast, and also to help the population and the indigenous people to survive with the better and stronger ways for them to live. We are not only talking about names, we are talking about reality. So we have projects against the contamination in plastic in our ocean, and we are also, together with the Minister of Indigenous People, working to create scientific institutes that will also analyze with the more traditional
our oceans is our ability as scientists, and I'm a scientist myself, our ability to communicate information in a way that's actionable for communities, for policymakers, for other scientists. So as we think about the priorities for action, just making sure that we're also thinking about the vehicles for communicating that science to the communities and the public who need to use that information for their individual decision making. The UN Decade has also come up. So the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development provides another platform, an opportunity to be seized as well for us to come together and mobilize across the partners that exist and look for new partners to test ideas. I wanted to also note that the Barcelona meeting in 2024, which is just over the horizon, would provide potentially another launch pad for this discussion to continue in advance of the 2024 forum that Canada's delighted to be hosting. Before concluding, I'll just mention that John already talked about diversity and inclusion. Canada's committing to diversity and inclusion and recognizing the important role of Indigenous knowledge in the pursuit of science activities and to inform our policies. So looking for ways where we can bring that forward in today and tomorrow's discussion will also be important for us. So we just want to look forward to the collaboration. Really happy to be here, joined by colleagues, and we'll turn back to our moderator. So thank you and good luck for the rest of the 2 days.
Thank you so much. We're going to have next virtually Ms. Karina Pombo from Argentina. Do we have her ready? No? We don't have her? Okay. We're going to move on to our host, Mr. Imran Patel, our South African host, to come and give us his remarks.
Thanks. I'm going to keep it very brief. I would really want to thank the High-Level Advisory Board partners for the comments they made. I think the real task is for us as South Africa to pull that together and meet the expectations of all partners in terms of two issues. I was just speaking to Stephen earlier and indicating that my hearing is framed on just two things in the next 2 days. The first question is, what is it that we do to make that declaration a reality? And I'm glad that we just in the opening session only, but some of the shape of that, what we do is coming through quite clearly. The need for some flagships to advance both the science, but also to have a very strong impact focus, to continue to focus on young people, not only young researchers, but translators of the information, young communicators, the whole value chain that's involved from getting the science done to getting the science into action. And then obviously some of the kind of elements around strengthening inclusion and diversity has come through. So that's part one. What is it that we do? And I can already see the shape of that coming together quite nicely. And the second thing that my ears are in tune to is how do we do that? We have our different national circumstances. It's a bigger partnership. We have new partners, and welcome to the new partners who bring unique strengths and capabilities, and it's trying to gel these into instruments that we can use to make what we wanting to do a reality. And part of that is to also be innovative and to go beyond what we're currently doing, if not appropriate, to find new instruments on how we can make sure impact happens. As an example, I would want to put out there for consideration is whether we in fact create some kind of an instrument or fund that deliberately brings in other partners in a deliberate way around building capabilities as an example. Maybe more difficult to do over time, but from what I've heard come through, not only in the Washington Declaration, but during our discussions in Galway, in preparation for this forum, that there's a willingness from all partners to do that. So I look forward to really looking at how we take it forward, and as we grow these forums from Canada, the next one, and then we'll announce the future forums, that this grouping of people will grow in its diversity, and also we can look back with pride that we've managed to make some real meaningful achievements. So I look forward to the next day and a half. Thanks. Okay, it looks like we may have to, I will ask Gilbert to request, if we're not able to get Brazil and Argentina on the call, if they can share their notes with us so that we can at least find a way of reading that out. And during the time, let's still find a way to see if we can get connected, particularly for the afternoon session where I think they have a second opportunity to make comments. It's very important for us to hear the inputs. They're on board. So I'm taking over Tuli's role. So are we going to get Argentina now? All right. You want to manage? And then I'll welcome the new partners.
Thank you so much. I'm glad Ms. Karina Pombo could join. So I will hand over to her now. Are we ready for her? Taslima says yes, but IT on that side says no, wait, not yet. Okay, so what we're going to do next is hear some statements from the newly announced partners, and I would like them also to come on to the Morocco. Is Morocco available? Fantastic. Fantastic. Okay, let's have Morocco. We've got Morocco that side. IT, do we have Morocco on that side? I can hear a thumbing sound. It sounds like there's something there. I think we're back in Brazil. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So, dear colleagues, my greetings from our Minister, Luciana Santos, Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation. Brazil is very concerned with questions about the challenges faced by Atlantic Ocean and the consequences we are facing with climate change. At this very moment in Brazil, we are facing dry regions in the north of Brazil and floods in the south. That is a combination of El Nino with warmer waters in the Atlantic Ocean. As a response to that, we just created an institute that is focused in the ocean and the consequences in ocean. We are battling against the plastic in the ocean and all the consequences it has, and protecting the people that lives in the original peoples or indigenous peoples that live in this area. We believe that our joining forces, we listening to science, obeying what science says about, but particularly with action, an action plan will be very important, fundamental for us to avoid worse consequences and climate change. I believe our meeting here will be strongest if we come out with plans that stand up, platforms that you can collaborate and work together in order to drive change. And this is not a thing for a future far away. We have to act now. We have to act together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I believe Morocco is here, so we can hear from Morocco. Do we have Morocco online? Okay. I think I am going to move on a bit. Perhaps we come back to the outstanding HLBs. I am going to now call you again, Mr. Patel, to come and announce for us the new partners. Thank you.
Thanks, Tuli. I think it's been announced already that the United Kingdom and Norway had put in a request to join the alliance, and the High-Level Advisory Board considered the alignment in relation to the terms of reference and the commitment to the Ministerial Declaration, and the alignment was completely there. So it's my pleasure to welcome the first new members beyond the original 8 signatories. Can I call upon the representatives from the United Kingdom and Norway to take the stage? And then Tuli will ask each of you to make short statements.
Thank you so much, Mr. Patel. I will now invite Norway to join me and make their remarks.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair Patel, and ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates, all protocols observed, dear all. First of all, we direct a heartfelt thanks to our South African hosts and to all the nations involved in the All-Atlantic Ocean Research and Innovation Alliance for the remarkable effort already undertaken. In just the 10 years since Galway, you have really come a long way, and it's been a great success. And we thank you for inviting Norway to join the alliance as a full member, and we are honored to join. The Atlantic countries are connected by our commitment to healthy and productive oceans, by our common understanding that the ocean is under stress. Knowledge is key to deliver the policies that ensure healthy and productive oceans, and the AAORIA is an important provider of such knowledge. Norway has a direct responsibility for a substantial part of the Northeast Atlantic. Norwegian institutes and agencies are already participating in projects under AAORIA. And they've told the ministries several times of the importance of AAORIA, and gradually we have learned. Full Norwegian participation opens for a deeper and wider engagement, which we wholeheartedly embrace. We will continue to invest in Atlantic-related ocean research through our national programs and institutions, through bilateral cooperation, such as the one we enjoy with South Africa, and with several of the other AAORIA members. Through regional and international programs and mechanisms, such as Horizon Europe. The importance of the EU and of the Horizon Europe cannot be overestimated. Of the ProBlue, the ISIS, and the OSPR, to mention but a few, and now, not least, our important cooperation with AAORIA. As part of our AAORIA membership, we will offer dedicated personnel a clear signal to all Norwegian stakeholders that they should contribute to the success of AAORIA, alignment of our national and bilateral ocean research and mapping instruments with the All-Atlantic Ocean Research and Innovation Agenda, and information sharing and synergy with Norwegian development funding and capacity building mechanisms operating in the Atlantic. Dear Atlantic friends, we look forward to this exciting new chapter in our continued cooperation, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Noe. I think I will have United Kingdom. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a great pleasure to be here. I am Gideon Henderson. I'm the Chief Scientific Advisor and DG for Science and Analysis at the UK Government's Department for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs. In a previous life, I was a research scientist with a strong oceanographic interest. And I've had the pleasure of sailing out of Cape Town on 3 occasions and back into this city twice on research vessels in the past. So it's a great personal pleasure to be back here in Cape Town and in South Africa, close again to the ocean that's so important to this country and all Atlantic nations. I'm delighted personally, but I'm also delighted on behalf of the UK to be joining you, representing the UK and joining as a full member of AAORIA today. As a former member of the EU, the UK were keen supporters of both the Galway and the Belém statements and participants of the All-Atlantic Ocean Research Alliance. We recognise the leadership of the EU and indeed of nations around the South Atlantic and the North Atlantic in bringing together that alliance and now in growing that alliance and evolving it to add innovation and to think about the solution space as we move into AAORIA in the last year and onwards. In the UK, we recognise the critical importance of bringing science, social science and innovation to bear and working together with those skills to collaborate to solve the big challenges of today. And many of those challenges have significant impact on the oceans, and the oceans play a significant role in solving them. We support all 7 of the strategic priorities mentioned by Imran at the beginning of the meeting and in the agenda of this meeting. I'll draw attention to 3 in particular: the relevance of the oceans to the climate challenge that faces the world at present, the similar relevance of the ocean to the biodiversity and ecosystem challenge that we also face, and the importance of data and monitoring of the ocean and the seafloor if we're really going to understand the ocean system better. In all 3 of those areas and across the 7 priorities, us working together as a group is extremely powerful. I'll say more about the UK's interest in those 7 priorities later on as a member of AAORIA. But I'd like to now just close by thanking greatly and from my heart our hosts here in South Africa, our chair Imran Patel, the DG and the whole nation of South Africa for hosting this meeting. I look forward to participating and the UK to joining. Many thanks.
If you can. Okay, so we've got Morocco. If we can hand over to Morocco for those initial remarks now.
Yeah, good morning. You hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Excuse me, because I found a lot of problem to participate remotely with you. We are very happy to participate with you in this meeting. Unfortunately, we want to be with you in Cape Town to participate directly, but unfortunately, we didn't participate. So Morocco is available and very happy to participate in the implementation of this declaration. It's very important for Morocco to work with you, with all countries, to implement this declaration. And we are also available to help other countries, especially the African countries, to integrate this declaration and to work together with all countries in objective to promote the scientific research and innovation in this field. So Morocco is available, and we are we are the researchers from Morocco and all institutions specialized in this thematic are open for all for the future activities to implement this declaration. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Morocco is open for all future activities. Thank you very much. Thank you, Noe, and thank you, United Kingdom, again for your statements. And I would like us all to now get up for a photo opportunity. If we can have the cameras come close so we can have the photos of the new and the joining and the existing. I'm enjoying watching the shuffling, by the way. Thank you so much. We can have a nice big round of applause. And I think it was so clear, the common thread of collaboration and working together, but also the common thread of the urgency with Brazil articulating very strongly that these are not challenges of tomorrow that we're needing to solve, these are challenges of today. And of course, the cry for young people to be included was permeating throughout all of the statements, and it was encouraging to hear the similarities and how aligned all of the members are. And again, we should give them just one last round of applause, because I thought that alignment was beautiful. The ambassador referred to the digital twins in her statement earlier, and we're going to have Professor Martin Fisberg, who's the head of research unit, physical oceanography at GeoMar Helmholtz Center for Ocean Research, Kiel, and professor at Kiel University in Germany. And Professor Fisberg was invited to talk to us about the digital twins of the ocean, and he was unfortunately unable to be here physically, but was graceful enough to agree to participate virtually. And Professor Fisberg, it must be known, is the foremost champion of this initiative, the digital twins of the ocean, that is envisaged to empower ocean professionals, including scientific users, to create their own local or topical digital twins of their ocean issue by using standard workflows. It is important to also state that South Africa had quite a selfish intention to have this as the opening address. And this is mainly because, as you have heard before from the Director General's address, that this area is aligned with African aspirations and priorities to ensure that we are and can ensure that science is able to create ocean-related development scenarios that addresses African issues such as energy, mining, fisheries, tourism, and nature-based solutions. So South Africa is planning to organize a South Africa Focus Forum in 2014, and we do hope Professor Fisberg will be here in person to contribute to carving of the Digital Twins initiative that is Africa-focused as envisaged in the Ocean Decade Africa Roadmap. We will invite Global Oceans community to participate in this event after the Oceans Decade conference next year. So, Professor Fisberg, joining us virtually, over to you.
Well, good morning from Portugal, actually, to Cape Town. And I'm very sad that I cannot be with you in Cape Town this morning, but thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak remotely to you about a topic that I think we are seeing foreshadowed not only in the kind introduction, but also in the interventions from the supporters of the AAORIA program from around the Atlantic Ocean. I'm entitling my presentation on digital twins of the ocean as an opportunity to future-proof sustainable development. And I think some of the remarks that we heard this morning spoke about the future, spoke about the aspiration of the next generation, but also the urgency to deal with the triple crisis that we have with us. Colleagues, I think what digital twins are taking advantage of is the great work through forums like what we're here to celebrate, the All-Atlantic Forum and the Berlin Agreement before that and the Galway Agreement before that, for cooperation in observing the ocean. Without ocean observations, we were not able to talk about such exciting opportunities such digital twins. At the same time, we're also taking great advantage of the advances in modeling the ocean. That means simulating the ocean on a computer and looking at the evolution in the dynamical sense, but also the chemistry and the ecology around that. So both observations and models allow us to talk about what we think of as and use as digital twins of the ocean. So digital twins are a virtual representation of the real ocean. And there are fed information from ocean observations, and these data get shared through the lens of data, and they can then be simulating future scenarios of the ocean. So in that sense, it's not a forecast system, it's a system that allows you to ask and answer what-if questions. What will the ocean do if humans begin to act? So that is the very important part of digital twins. Digital twins get put together by engineers and scientists on the one hand, but they're really meant to support governments. We heard intervention from governments this morning in their aspiration to better plan and manage the coastal ocean and their ocean sphere. For us in the All-Atlantic Forum to manage the whole Atlantic area. They're important for civil society to bring issues of oceans to life. They're very much used and important for the private sector to optimize their assets, their investment in the blue economy, to make it sustainable and good to operate. But they're also an opportunity for educational enterprise that we heard so much about, literacy about the ocean. So colleagues, let me just give you an example. It sounds like a new idea, digital twins, but actually we've been using digital twins in our community for quite some time. The first prototype digital twin that you are very familiar with is one that we call an system model. And the what-if question that we're asking that system is, what will the temperature of our planet look like depending on how much CO2 we put into the atmosphere? These digital twins have been telling us you put a lot of CO2 in the atmosphere, it's going to warm rapidly. And this is why we're talking about the climate crisis coming our way. It's a digital twin, the system model, that enabled us to foreshadow developments, that give us reasons to go on a low emission pathway, and to really see how human actions in the future will give us a more sustainable planet to live on. The second digital twin prototype comes much closer to the AAORIA Forum, to many of the issues that we'll be discussing in the next few days. It has to do, how does a coastal community, a city like Cape Town, where you are right now, will deal with sea level rise? And here, the digital twin works as follows. You have global projection from these climate scenarios of sea level rise in the region. You bring it to home through a regional and even local model, and then you ask the question, what is the best defense strategy for Cape Town? Is it building seawalls? Is it building sandbars to reduce the onslaught of waves? Is it protecting the corals or maybe growing the corals? Is it mangrove forest or even kelp forest that you have in Cape Town? So there's quite a few options, and maybe you have to retreat as well. So the 5 options that are available, a digital twin of the Bay of Cape Town will allow the mayor of Cape Town to really think through what our best options are to mitigate Cape Town against sea level rise. So in many ways, this digital twin will be a decision support tool for future development and protection of the coastal region. Another area that is extremely common around the planet is, how do we set up wind capture systems to get renewable energy in the open ocean from wind farms? And here the challenge is, where do we place the wind farms? How closely can they be put together? Which technology are they using? Where are the co-benefits? And where are the limits to do all of that? Again, these systems get simulated in the digital twin of the coastal zone, and to really connect the technology, but also the environmental aspects around wind capture system, a very practical decision support system for the actions that we're doing right now. Now, digital twins only become a reality because we have data from the ocean. And colleagues, I don't have to tell you that the observing system that we have is spotty, It is somewhat global, but it's not at the resolution that we need. So here's one priority action I would suggest for the AAORIA to really make sure that the ocean observing system gets to be sustained, that's to get to be co-designed for some of the twin ambition that you have, that they get shared the data, and that they really get used in a much more intense and clever way. But observations is still at the heart of digital twin and of what we do in AAORIA. The next area that you need for digital twins is prediction system. And I think you have seen the excitement about artificial intelligence, machine learning in all parts of life, but also in the ocean sphere. So now we can build better models, more inclusive models, more connective models. So there's a huge opportunity in the digital revolution to advance our forecast system, which is so essential to understand the ocean better, but also for this practical decision-making in digital twins. Probably the biggest challenge for digital twinning is access to the data. We need to work together. It is one of the agenda that we have been working on since the Belém statement, to share the data, to democratize the data world, to develop trust in the data, and to make them equitable and accessible for all. Comments that you heard in the opening statements a lot across the board. So here's an area that we can work together on the technical side with IODE and NODIS on standards, interoperability, but also make twins interoperable amongst them. This is a very technical agenda, but it deserves a lot of attention, but it's an enabler. Without that data space, the technical term is data lake, we cannot have powerful digital twins. And the last foundational area is delivering the twin information. That is, how can we visualize the twins? So at GEOMA, where I work in Germany, we have a 120 degrees half dome where we can really project out digital twin answers to the what if questions and sit down with decision makers to see which of the options that are ahead of us are most acceptable, affordable, but also equitable. So, but also other forms of visualization like 3D immersive environments, the Unreal Engine gaming interfaces are very exciting for digital twins that we've seen. Now, let me bring this a little bit closer to Europe. Now, in Europe, as you colleagues well know, it's not only the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development, but it's also the Mission Ocean that has been helping and guiding us on how we can come to the ocean that we want for the future. And clearly, in the mission, digitalization and digital twins are a key element of that. We think that digital ocean, digital twins of the ocean will enable better decisions, will enable us to really do the interventions that we need that are effective to safeguard our future and to also mitigate the triple crises, climate, biodiversity, and pollution. In Europe, we're developing a framework for digital twins of the ocean that we call, it's a project called EU Ditto, EU DTO, and it's really doing what I said at the global level at the Digital Twin of the Oceans program in the European space. And I think this technology, this insights, we're happy to share and bring to your community. Our vision is to really have the data space, the engines, and really the co-design of setting up digital twins. We want to make this interoperable, modular, easy to use, so our colleagues around the Atlantic sector can benefit from them just as much as the European friends. There's exciting projects. I'm just mentioning as in one example is the ILIA project, where they're actually setting up digital twins in various areas around wind farms, as I mentioned, energy potential, about sediment transports in the coastal arena, pollution for plastics, oil spill simulation, and so on. So I think it's very clear there will be many twins answering the specific what if questions to decide and to support decision-making going into the future. It is a very technical interface. I'm just giving you one slide that shows you the complexity of setting up digital twins. So in Ditto, the UN Decade program, in ILIAD and EU Ditto, we're trying to make it more easy, more manageable, so that at the end of the day, digital twins become just as easy to use as geographical information systems are currently. So that's the ambition, and I think we're looking forward to all of your support. Now, we're socializing these ideas around the world by Digital Twins of the Ocean Summit, and Gideon is here. He was opening with us last year, the first Digital Twin of the Ocean Summit as part of the G7 activity of the UK in London. It was a hugely successful event. And last week, I was in China. The second event was at Xiamen. We had 400 people there. Peter Thompson opened us. It was the biggest screen I've ever seen in my life, 6 meter high, 40 meter wide. and we had a great discussion about digital twin around the world. And colleagues, China is very active in that space. The commercial sector is there. So there's a lot of actors around the planet thinking about digital twins. If you want to learn more about it, you can still join some of the virtual events that we're organizing. There's 1 or 2 coming up in the next 2 days. I'm going to close just with a working agenda of the digital program. So we have working groups in many areas, and I encourage AAORIA members to join us in that quest. I'm looking quite forward to work with South Africa, as we just heard about their ambition about developing digital twins. Marjolaine Krug is one of our actors in US space in South Africa, so very much excited about that. But I do think it's also an open frame. So if you want interested in digital twins, you want to support that, you can join the global digital community with your institution, with your ambitions, because I do think digital twins have this enormous opportunity for us to really think about the future and make it very tangible and to really inform decisions on acting now. So with that, colleagues, I'm going to close my short intervention on digital twins. And again, I'm sorry that I cannot be with you in Cape Town, just like Gideon. I have a very strong connection to Cape Town, done many research expeditions out of or into Cape Town, summer schools, working with the next generation. So I'm very, very happy that the forum is in Cape Town. And I wish you all a very successful meeting. Thank you.
I think that was really cool. I was looking and I was listening and I was nerding out because I'm like, oh my word, here's science, here's an actual prototype of something that can actually help with decision making now, you know, and projections and so on. So I think that's really impressive and I think it's really exciting and I do hope that there will be more of these prototypes situated all around the world. We're going to now have a look at some of the key outcomes from the Galway and the Belém JPA and working groups, and these will have an emphasis on the suggestions from those groups on ways that AAORIA could move forward on their work. This is an anchor project that is going to be presented by Dr. Sofia Cordeiro, and you can walk towards me, and I'm going to say that Dr. Sofia Cordeiro is an ocean program coordinator, and I'm going to try this, and I'm going to say Fundação para a Ciência e Tecnologia FCT in Portugal. I'm sure I butchered that.
Thank you very much. It was indeed a very good introduction. And you spell it quite well, the name of my institute. And in addition to that, I'm also supporting, the AIR Center. And in scope of my duties at FCT, I have had the pleasure to coordinate the Anchor project, which has been really a privilege to see all this community getting together and see it being built in a very successful way. So my presentation will focus on the key outcomes from the All-Atlantic Implementation Framework and ways the AAORIA could move forward on their work. Okay, I got it. So I will not really deep in what is the All-Atlantic Ocean Research Alliance, because I'm sure the majority of you really know it very well, but I would like to focus on the 3 main pillars, which are connecting, acting, and cooperating, all building up on the existing resources and the existing community. As you may all know, this is a result of a science diplomacy effort, and it really brings and aims to bring more knowledge for a sustainable use of our Atlantic Ocean for the benefit of our societies. I'm showing you this image from the video that we have developed under Anchor Project, and it reflects an African saying, if you want to go far, you go alone. If you want to go further, we go together, and that is exactly what we are doing at the Alliance. We started it under the AAORIA CSA project, and continue that under the Anchor project. And the project has the different co-chairs already mentioned. It builds on political declarations that started in 2013 with the Galway Statement, and last year we had the All-Atlantic Declaration. And I'm really happy to see that new countries are joining in, and congratulations for this success. So, AAORIA, it's not just declarations, it's really on implementation. And it's kind of an octopus, okay? You have a head, and the head, it's the governance level, the high-level board, and the co-chairs that we have heard today. And then there are several implementation frameworks. So these implementation frameworks are being supported at national level by different projects, but also at the European level through different CSAs. We had first the AAORIA CSA, and now the Anchor CSA, it's ending. There will be a new CSA continues to support the All-Atlantic cooperation. And there are many All-Atlantic projects that you will hear about today. So the two CSAs that you see here, the AAORIA and the Anchor, have contributed to build this community through working groups, platforms, and at the Anchor level, joint pilot actions that are really implementing the platforms and putting everyone speaking and co-implementing together. AAORIA working groups have been more thematically. They have focus areas of microbiome, seabed, ocean literacy, aquaculture. The Anchor working groups or platforms were work more on the cooperation means, the capacity building, knowledge transfer, data sharing, as well as research and infrastructure sharing. And this has moved forward and following a co-design process built on All-Atlantic joint pilot actions. And this is what I will speaking today. But first, let me tell you that there are already a lot of going on synergies between the AAORIA working groups and joint pilot actions under Anchor. So, there are the 6 pilot actions, as I have said. One focus, AATP, focus on training, AA Data 2030, focus on sharing data, AATP, focusing on knowledge transfer in aquaculture sector, AA Biotech, knowledge transfer in the biotechnology sector, AA BSN, focusing on the blue schools and ocean literacy, and AA Marinet, focusing on the sharing of research infrastructures. All of these actions started under the Anchor projects and used seed funds that were provided by the projects. They followed top-down ambitions and were developing following a stakeholder co-design. There are 3 main pillars also in this cooperation that are common to the Alliance: co-responsibility, co-property, and co-implementation. And I forgot to tell you, you have here, I don't know well, in the slide you have the link for the portal where the All-Atlantic portal where you have all the information about the joint pilot actions. So AATP, the training platform. AATP aimed to provide a venue for implement and maintain capacity development at the Atlantic level. They have, in terms of key outcomes, developed a white paper and a roadmap on capacity development and created the C network, the All-Atlantic Floating University Network that will have its second annual meeting this December. This activity is being led by ZMT in Germany. They have proposed, in addition to implement the C network platform, they have proposed a kind of structure on how this platform could move on, building on what there are existing capacities, different implementing partners that are already in place, different cooperating partners, and several capacity development instruments, namely summer schools, workshops, train the trainees, technical training, land-based training, and the floating university. So really bringing all the community together to build and to develop and implement joint activities promoting capacity development. AA Data 2030, as I said, focuses on data and aims to develop an all-Atlantic Ocean data space that can gather natural, social, and social-scientific data. They have produced a white paper on the roadmap for the creation of this all-Atlantic Ocean data space. All these roadmaps and white papers are available in the Alliance portal. In terms of the suggestions on the way to go, they have suggested a competence center for marine and coastal data for the Global South, acting as a repository of knowledge and resource pool as a first step to the implementation of the all-Atlantic Ocean data. AA Marinet, so the joint pilot action that focus on sharing of research and infrastructures. The aim is to creating a long-term platform that allow for transnational access of these platforms, and this is a huge network that has three main lines of activities, one on coastal observation, other one on pelagic imaging, and the third one on polar infrastructure sharing, to which the workshop yesterday has also contributed to. In terms of key outcomes, they have produced guidelines for sharing equipment based on a case study on sharing of ocean observation in infrastructure. Based also on this case study, a web portal to help researchers to share ship time, coordinate research campaigns, and improve crisis management was also developed. The website is available. It's in a pilot phase, but it can be accessed by all of you. Once again, the link is in the All Atlantic portal. Oh, sorry, I'm not moving the slides here. Here you go. Okay. So in terms of the suggestions on the way to go, the guidelines that has been proposed are to follow the European Charter, the principles and the guidelines of the European Charter of Access for Research Infrastructures. Anyhow, these guidelines need still to be detailed and the access policy for the All-Atlantic region be defined, and this will need a comprehensive inventory of facilities, instrumentation, existing access policies, best practices, and identification of national rules and regulations. Next, All-Atlantic Joint Pilot Action, the All-Atlantic Blue Schools Network that aims to engage or create awareness and engage our citizens into the ocean. And it has been built on National Blue School networks. So several networks have been created since this joint pilot action has started its activities. And now the network itself, it's very well established. You have here a map that shows their spread along and across the Atlantic network. 16 countries have been engaged, 28 national coordinators from 18 institutions. But the numbers that will impress you is that in 2 years of activities they were able to engage more than 3,000 teachers and 125,000 students. These numbers really impress in 2 years of a pandemic. So I imagine that if they didn't have a pandemic, these numbers would be much higher. Also, they were able to raise some funds by national coordinators, both in cash and in kind. On the way to go, well, it's continue the excellent work that has been developed, but of course having more national blue schools to be created in the countries that still don't have them, and gathering some funds for all Atlantic joint activities in addition to national lead activities. Now, the two thematic joint pilot actions. The first one is on aquaculture. These thematic joint pilot actions follows the work of the AAORIA working group in aquaculture, and the aim is to build an all-Atlantic aquaculture partner, but building it step by step. So starting with Brazil, move forward to South Africa, and then to other Atlantic countries. A lot of work has also been done, especially in the identification and the mapping of stakeholders, a roadmap development, some research priorities, the identification of research priorities, and also the alignment of industry, research, and government. In terms of suggestions and the way to go, continue mapping the stakeholders both in Brazil and in South Africa, and it would be important to have facilitation from AAORIA of platforms and platform collaboration, as well as some consideration of mobility and capacity building. Identification of areas of research collaboration and build calls on those areas should move on and open the doors for other Atlantic partners. The last joint pilot action, also a thematic one, focus on marine biotech, and this also has strong links with the Marine Working Group under the AAORIA CSA, and there are in fact now very well established synergies between that group and the new AAORIA BBAMM, the Blue Biotechnology, Aquaculture and Marine Microbiome Forum that is a result of the All-Atlantic Declaration. So the AA Biotech MAR aims to create and develop and support the creation of new marine biotechnology companies in the Atlantic Ocean by promoting knowledge transfer. They have developed, in terms of key outcomes, a roadmap and an action plan for the development of sustainable marine biotechnology and bioeconomy in the Atlantic region. There are 3 thematic areas that are considered to be priority: food security, drug discovery, and environmental health. In terms of the suggestions on the way to go, they would like to see some support to ongoing and new research and innovation projects, bring academia into the public policy formulation, strengthen the quadruple helix, and promote the engagement of young researchers. Now, there are a lot of documents, as you have been seen, that have been produced by these JPAs. What we have done in Anchor was to analyze all of these, speak with the JPA leaders. That, by the way, in each of the slides you had that they were led by different institutions in different countries, and we discussed with them. Okay, but which are the tools that you really need that the co-chairs should focus on in order you see your joint pilot actions being implemented in the medium and long term? And here are the 6 tools that they have identified. So they would need funding tools, policy tools, networking, alignment and sharing tools, transfer and training, knowledge transfer and training tools, communication, literacy and outreach tools, as well as synergy tools. It is basically, if you really see the small letters there, it is basically what we are doing right now, but we need to scale it up. We need to have more bilateral agreements. We need to be more effective in implementing these agreements. We need more funded projects. We need more sharing. Sharing of infrastructure has been very important and a key point for the majority of the joint pilot actions. And synergies. We need to speak more and to create synergies between the different activities that we are doing on separately. So basically, we need to continue to communicate, to co-design, and to co-implement together. And I would like to thank you all for this time and for hearing me. These are some pictures that I just picked out from the almost 5 years that the Anchor project was running. And you have there the first consortium meeting picture, and you have the last consortium meeting picture. That the 2 of them, fortunately, we had the pleasure to have them physically, even with the pandemic period. So thank you very much.
Sure, that was a lot to communicate in a very short space of time. That was impressive. So succinct. So much work has been done, but also such a clear roadmap for what still needs to happen. And of course, that those numbers and that reach and the impact of the South African, of the just generally the Blue Schools Network Initiative is impressive. I mean, over 125,000 learners reached is quite a lot, and it's going to be very important. And I'm very excited now to hear from some of the learners that are in this program. I want to call Ntobeko Ngunga from grade 11 from Sophumelele Secondary School, and Alizwa Mbigo from grade 10 from Luhlaza Secondary School. That click was nice, eh? Did you guys hear that?
Greetings to the house at large. My name is Ntobeko Ngunga, a grade 11 learner from Sophumelele High School, a township in Samora. So I would like to just share, or just briefly share my experience, or how do I get here? How do I got here? So most importantly, I became the part of the Atlantic Blue Schools through NRF Sion, whereby we were engaging in some kind of learning, and also the DSI in South Africa. So it was during grade 9 by that time. So now I'm in grade 11, so it's been 2 years. We started the Blue School program in South Africa during the COVID. So it was very interesting, but it was initially online. So this online program, it was mainly on making sure that we get the knowledge about the ocean and stuff. So when you are in grade 9, you have no knowledge about ocean and stuff, you have no interest in it. But when I got into it, I get to meet other learners all over South Africa, talking the same thing or giving ideas about oceans and all the stuff. So it mainly impacted my life positively in such a way that I decided to do a degree in marine sciences, whereby I'll be focusing on the biological oceanography, whereby I was studying the salinity, the temperatures, the ocean, and all the stuff. And also being interested in biological oceanography, whereby I'll mainly speak on the living organisms on the ocean and their relationship with the environment. So just going straight to my presentation, I'll be talking about the impact of trawling on epifauna living on the seafloor. So to the people that may not know what trawling is a fishing method by the boat that has a large opened net behind it that drags along the bottom sea, the bottom on the seafloor, where it collects the fishes and catches the fishes. So an epifauna are the organisms or animals that live on the ocean, on the seafloor, whereby others are mobilizing or moving around, and others are so attached to the rocks. So can I have a new slide, please? Okay, should I press it here? Yeah, okay, thank you. So the investigation was aimed at assessing the impact of fish trawling on the open area or closed area to trawling. We aimed at investigating the changes of epifauna as a consequence of trawling by comparing these areas. Now we hypothesized that the greater number of diversity of epifauna will be greater on the closed area. So this experiment was done or was investigated far away from up north Cape Town, near the Namibia border on the west coast of South Africa. So the experiment was done in deep water between 360 meters and 500 meters depth. Now, as you can see on the right, the area had 5 lanes were marked out, as you can see on the right, and every second lane stayed open to trolling. And lane 1, 3, and 5 were closed to trolling, meaning that 2, 4 were open. Now, when we look at the data, we see that we specifically looked at the 2015 and the 2018, whereby, as you can see, there is a camera there. The camera there was collecting all the information, whereby it was towed down the ocean and was dragged along, collecting the videos and pictures for 20 minutes. Now, in each station, on each 3 stations, it was surveyed. So from each station, 30 photos were chosen to count the epifauna using the custom software. As you can see there, under the ski monkey camera, that the epifauna layer there that is very small. They are very small organisms. There are many of them, as you can see. Now, I've tried to put it on a simpler way. There's a lot of data here, so I've tried to put it on slightly in a way that you can understand. So when you look at the first graph, it talks about the average number of species, where it means the different groups of organisms in a community. So when we look at our axis, or axis of symmetry, or some sort of axis of symmetry, but the main fixed variables are the closed trolling, which is the red one, and the open to trolling. So when we look at the x-axis, we see different depths, whereby there's a deep, middle, and the shore, or the shallow, the shallow. So when you look at 2015 and 2018, we see that on the closed area, there are low number of group of organisms, but there are high number of open areas, a high number of organisms that are found in the open area. When you look at the middle of the depth, we only collected, or we only recorded on the closed area. So the area there was closed, so they had a lot of organisms occurring there, which means that different organisms were present. But when you look at the next graph, which is the average number of individuals, which simply says the individuals or the member of those species. So we looked at this axis of symmetry on the deep and middle. Both areas or both years, there were low number of organisms. There were fewer organisms. This is mainly means that the animals needed more time to recover from trolling. But when we look at the shallow, there is a very high number there in 2018, which is the brittle star. So brittle star had a very number of the individual, which is the type of the species. So this is mainly as you can see that it focused on the individual, which is the type, the certain type. So there was a lot of the brittle star. Now the last graph. The last graph just mainly the average species diversity index, which mainly when you calculate, you divide species by the individual, where you can get the average species diversity index. So when you look at the deep and the middle, but ignoring the middle, when you compare the deep, which is closed and open to area, they are high numbers. But when you look all of the depth, deep, middle, and shallow, a closed area had a lot of organisms occurring there. But when we look at the shallow, specifically for the shallow, there is a very low number of the number of organisms there. This means that it was the effect of that brittle star. So when you divide a small number with a higher number, you get a low number, or we get an average species diversity that is very low. Now, in concluding on our project, the findings of this study show us that understanding the impact of trolling in the study site is not simple, and probably to understand the ecosystem changes better. Now, more time is needed after the lanes are closed to trolling or to fishing, as I've said before. And it also shows us that natural variability happening in the ocean is still not fully understood. Now, even though the results are not exactly what we have expected, which means that our hypothesis was rejected. That's our own thing in science. We have to make sure that the reliability is fine. You have to repeat and increase the sample size. So now, improving the knowledge about the deep sea ecosystem can help decision makers to improve their management strategies, which means sustainable human use. Now I would like to thank all the people that contributed to my project, Dr. Lara, Mr. Thomas, Sigalelwa, Siolise Mbebeni. I thank you.
Jeez, that was exciting. Alizwa?
Okay, greetings to everyone. My name is Alizwa Avumilembiko. I'm coming from Luhlaza Secondary School, which is in Khayelitsha. So, where's the slide, sorry? Yeah, so where do I press? Okay. So today I'll be presenting a project that I actually worked on last year when I was in grade 9, which was building a mini boat called Yamaya. But as you can see from the slide, my project will also be talking about a mini boat sea surface temperature observation in the South Atlantic Ocean. So before I even start my presentation, I have to first start up at the 3 key things I have to talk about, which is the investigative question, the aim, and also the hypothesis. So my investigative question was, what is the relationship between the sea surface temperature of Yamaya and also the Cold-Bengala current? And the aim was to determine the relationship between the sea surface temperature data from Yamaya and also the Cold-Bengala current. The hypothesis that I came up with was the higher you go to the equator, the colder the water becomes, and the lower you go down the equator, the warmer the water becomes. So I'm talking about a mini boat called Yamaya, but I have to first talk about the building process of Yamaya and how Yamaya was created and built. So Yamaya was, the people who were responsible for Yamaya were a crew team called Ocean Angels, which I was fortunately to be a part of. And Ocean Angels was divided into 6 main crew teams, which was the keel, the cargo, and also the sail team. So in the first picture, you see the Ocean Angels receiving the essential parts for Yamaya. As we go down to the pictures, we see Ocean Angels starting to build Yamaya for about 8 to 9 weeks. Then, as we go down, is the completion of Yamaya and her being ready to be deployed to sea. But I have to take a pause and also thank the DFFE with their help in deporting Yamaya. And the last picture there is Yamaya sailing off to the Atlantic Ocean. Yamaya was deported on the 2nd of October at 7:26 a.m. in the morning, and Yamaya's days at sea were exactly 88 days. Were 88 days at sea, but unfortunately we lost track of her on the 29th of December 2022. Her last tracking was at a beach in the east of Liberia borders. What I found interesting about this map, as you can see here, is that the pathway of Yamaya. I remember discussing with Ms. Mtonzi, thinking that Yamaya was going to go to Brazil, but fortunately enough, she went out to Africa, and as you can see, she was going to the Liberian coast. It's impressive how the ocean works and how the ocean currents are moving Yamaya and going up and down, and you can see her moving up to north of Africa. So, of course, we had some data collection of Yamaya, and the first, I'm actually going to present the 4 data collection, which is the air temperature, ocean temperature, and also the battery and speed. In Yamaya, we had 2 types of sensors, which is the air temperature sensor and also a water temperature sensor. One of the sensors was placed on top of the cargo, while the other was placed at the bottom of the cargo. And the air temperature data is right there, and I'm going to discuss about it. So when you're talking about air temperature, we're usually talking about the day and night simulation and how that is working. And the air temperature doesn't always have control of the sea. So yeah, So in that graph, you can see a warm color. That warm color gives us a description of the sun being out and observation, and the cold color tells us it's during the nighttime. Then the number 2 is the ocean temperature. Ocean temperature is talking about water being able to retain heat from the sun, and the warm color you see that is like outstanding, as you can see there in the middle, is the warm agaless current having an effect on that point in the Atlantic Ocean. Then I come to my battery and also the speed. So the battery and the speed correlate and they're dependent on each other. So if the battery is not working, the speed will also slow down. As Yamaya was powered by a solar system, meaning that during the day, she was transforming energy into power, and during the night, it couldn't do so. So if the battery was slow, if the battery was down, meaning that there was no energy, the speed would be also down too. Go on. So in conclusion, my conclusion, I've learned a lot of things, and being part of the All Atlantic Blue Schools has always helped me with understanding how our beautiful ocean work, and I'm so grateful for that. But I've also learned many skills, which is critical thinking, time management, and I've worked with other people who I have made friends and worked on, and I'm still with them till this day. But I cannot close off my presentation without actually thanking the people who made it possible, and also the people who helped me with my presentation and other things, which is, as you can see there from the illustration. And I say I don't have time, so I'm going to try to pause everything, and sincerely appreciate your attention today, and that brings me to the end of my presentation.
Oh, well done to you both on such impressive research that you guys have done. Oh my word. And so well articulated, and your presentations are also really beautiful and easy to follow. So if we were judging this, I'd say 10, 10, 10. That brings us to the close of our first session. We're going to take a little break. We're going to the exhibition area downstairs. Let's not be upset at the learners for taking some of our tea time, but we have to sort of be back in 10 minutes. But also I do want to say to the young ones, part of being a researcher is answering questions. So please, researchers, please ask them the questions during the tea time. Thank you so much. See you after tea time.
The Atlantic is the second largest body of water on Earth. It covers 85% of Earth's surface and holds roughly a third of all its water. Stretching 41 million square miles, the Atlantic is home to some multitudes. From the tiniest phytoplankton to the gigantic humpback whale, the Atlantic supports rich ecosystems and is central to Earth's climate system. From the Arctic to Antarctica, the Atlantic borders 5 continents, with people in more than half of all the countries on Earth relying on it. It is a huge dynamic environment. The Atlantic River's own circulation creates a vast ocean event, distributing heat and energy that regulates the climate. Yet human activity is causing unprecedented changes. This massive marine environment is unfair. Just as we are beginning to understand how vitally important it is to life.
Us to make our way to our seats, please. I'm hoping all of you enjoyed the treats downstairs and had a good chat. So in our next session, we're going to look at the key outcomes from the Galway and Belém. And we're going to continue in that fashion from our previous session. And we all will recall Anchor was a significant program and it provided coordination, but it also provided a link to the AAORIA Sister and Joint Pilot Actions Program. So we are going to now hear from them. And I think for expediency, I'd like them all to come on stage and then we're all going to just come from the chairs up front. So if Elisa Ravagnan from Austral would come through, and then if you would sit right here, closest to this chair, if you can sit in the order that I'm calling you. iAtlantic Murray Roberts. I know Ronaldo Cristofoletti is joining us online, so if we can start organizing that he is available prior to his time. Can I also please have from Atlant Echo, Emma Roca, and AATP Luis Pineiro, I think is also online. And then lastly from Aqua Vitaya, Bente Torstensen. We practiced that. I swear we did. I'm looking forward to hearing your 5-minute inputs. Starting with you, Elisa. Thank you.
Hello, and thank you. I hope you have a nice coffee and now relaxed and ready to listen from the project that's been awarded in this specific call for all the Atlantic Ocean. And I start with Austral. We call it, Austral is nothing esoteric, don't worry. It's just a name for the All Atlantic Ocean Sustainable, Profitable and Resilient Aquaculture. So Austral and Aquavita, that will be presented afterwards by Bente, are the only two projects in this group of 6 that is focusing on aquaculture, how to develop a new value chain for aquaculture in the Atlantic. So Astral's main goal is focusing on increase the use of IMTA, so integrated multi-trophic aquaculture production, and to build resilient, profitable, and of course, important value chain. And if in the audience someone doesn't know what is IMTA, is when several species, fed and non-fed, so fed and extractive species, are grown together, so the waste, or actually co-product of the fed species, are used by the extractive species as nutrients, to uptake nutrients, as it happens actually in the normal ecosystem environment. And this type of production can be, is of course reduce the waste, increase the circularity, and increase the value. It can be used in both open system, in pen on water, and also in closed system. And as you see from the map, our consortium is quite along the whole Atlantic, and we have 4 IMTA labs, so our case studies. 2 are open system in Ireland and Scotland, 1 recirculating in Brazil with Biofloc, and 1 flow through but can also recirculate here in South Africa. And 1 that is not being developed but has started during the project, that is in Argentina, so they are developing now their chain for IMTA. For the main impact, so 5 minutes is not enough to definitely discuss everything we are doing in the project. That is in the 3rd year, so we still have a little bit less than 1 year to go. Of course, the focus is on production. As I said, we have different species, so the chains are different. Some of the species are similar, but the chains are all different. Different type of production, focusing on different things, in also infrastructure and the best production methods and so on. I have to say that South Africa has been specifically important for us because it's the only one that is in a commercial setup. So we are working really with people that are working with aquaculture, this type of IMTA for selling it, not only research. And this has been invaluable not only for the scientific part, but also to develop the business model and to know a little bit better how to scale up the production from the research to the real life and to the commercial part. Of course, it's not only the production, as I say, is to develop a new value chain, to decide which species are the most favorable in the future, but also best practice and develop a business model. But of course, we are linked with the environment. Aquaculture is on the environment, is done on the environment. So we have also looked at challenges, different type of challenges, for example, the vulnerability to climate change of the areas where we have these IMTA labs, the occurrence of harmful algal blooms, the pathogens, especially for aquaculture. We know that this is a challenge that is coming quite often. And microplastic, not only from the environment, but also from the production. And we are preparing now, there will be one of the next deliverables we are finishing, is the monitor recommendation. And of course, to monitor, we also need technology. So we have developed a pool of technology, especially focusing on something that could be open source or low cost, with sensors, biosensors, different type of, to monitor different type of parameters that is important both for the environment and the production, but also some specific platforms, artificial intelligence platform to put together the data and to forecast what is happening. And we have talked today a lot about training, education. Astral has been really very focused. We have one task that is the HUCAP, so the Human Capital Development Plan. And we have focused not only on students, that is of course the first reach, but also with training workforce that, for example, want to develop more in this area, women empowerment in aquaculture, professionals that want to go forward in their career, and also, of course, children at school with different activities, so to develop what they want to do in the future. And co-creation and collaboration is one of the main points we cannot go anywhere without. So we have engaged with our stakeholders along the Atlantic Ocean, not only in dialoguing with them and understanding what they want and what they need, but also we have a dedicated platform online where who subscribe is also talking not only with us in the project, but also with each other, so creating really a live community. We have organized more than 50 events on engaging the stakeholders, and the collaboration with the other project has been great. Thank you to Anchor, but also especially with Aquavita, that is our twin sister project, but also between the Atlantic Ocean project and the aquaculture dedicated one. And because of this effort, we have been awarded, we are the proud recipient of this year's Atlantic Project Award for the best Atlantic international cooperation. Thank you. This is a very brief overview. Of course, I'm available for questions, and you have all our social media. There is a lot coming on in the next 12 months, and of course, we are really very happy to contribute to the next phase of AAORIA. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Prof?
Thank you very much, and hello everybody. It's wonderful to be here. My name is Murray Roberts, and I coordinate the iAtlantic project. And these 5-minute presentations, when I'm representing 188 researchers across 35 partners, John, they're a nightmare. So we do our very best. iAtlantic took the mission given to us by the European Commission through the Belém statement very seriously. We're an all-Atlantic project. I want to show you how we brought a partnership together to work across the Atlantic from north to south. Unlike our aquaculture colleagues, we're focused upon ecosystem assessment, and we focused upon deep and open ocean Atlantic ecosystems, asking questions about how they change over time. So to get to the start of my story today, there's a little bit of a backstory. The community behind what's become iAtlantic have been working together for well over a decade, actually approaching 2 decades, through multiple layers of funding, nationally and internationally, through the EU, for instance, but also through close partnerships with the US and Canada. So for us, when the Galway Statement was signed, it was a red letter day, a vital day, and we coordinated and pulled together the Atlas project that ran through the North Atlantic and moved forward a few years later to the iAtlantic project. It's been a privilege and pleasure to be involved in that. Our science underpinnings are very similar. On these graphs, you can see the transatlantic monitoring arrays, the systems of instruments in the water that measure that heartbeat of the ocean and show us how it's changing. Now, we integrate alongside that records from proxies in the ocean, be they sediment core records, be they corals growing over thousands of years. We bring all that information together in our projects to understand ocean change. But critically, when we design these activities, we fuse the physics and the biology. That's vital. If we don't do that, we don't have an ecosystem assessment program. I can't talk to you today about the 6 priorities that we take forward in iAtlantic, but you can see the picture on the slide, and there's a video circulating around the meeting and on the memory stick that you can watch if you have time, where we talk about these 6 things we argue you should do to assess deep and open ocean ecosystems at a time of a rapidly changing ocean. The digital twin we heard about from Martin Visbeck, we use model frameworks to underpin our science. We put new sensors into the ocean. The Triatlas logo is there because we cooperated with our friends at Triatlas to put new instrumentation into the South Atlantic, the oxygen sensors that are currently monitoring and have just been turned around. But today, in the interest of time, I'm just going to focus in on a couple of highlights. I can't go all the way around my circles, but come to our stall and I can share some updates and concrete results from the project with you. One thing I want to flag is that we've created an all-Atlantic data community portal, which will have longevity. This is not a place where the data reside. The data reside with whichever repository is most appropriate for those data. Huge thanks to Leo Celloni from SEON, who's taken a lot of this work on and is coordinating the work in the South Atlantic. And if you're interested in following up on the GEOS portal, contact me or Malik Nauman, who's our data manager at Pangea in Germany. We'd love to hear from you. A big part of iAtlantic, of course, is taking our science directly through to the people that need that science. We engage with many of the processes, in fact, all of the processes and organizations that are on this slide, including the International Seabed Authority. As many of you know, we're moving potentially forward into an era where we move from exploration of deep sea mining to the exploitation of reserves. We have a paper which comes out in Nature tomorrow. You may see some press on this, and I have briefings on it for later in the day, which talks about the impacts of deep sea mining on the pelagic realm, looking at a particularly important jellyfish in the North Atlantic. So we communicate with the ISA, we share our results. We also convened in October the largest single meeting, along with partners and friends in other projects, on the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Treaty. We had 500 people, 200 in person, 300 online, discussing how this treaty will move from negotiation and a legally binding agreed text forward to implementation. So many uncertainties are around this, but it was one of, I think, the best meetings that I've ever been involved in, and we want to run a second meeting. And if people are interested in the BBNJ negotiations and the potential for a neutral venue to discuss the thorny issues around implementation, we'd love to hear from you. I want to also flag some other events, particularly the events that have allowed us to build capacity. In iAtlantic, we never imagined a one-way sharing of capacities. We needed to learn and be educated by our friends in the South Atlantic. The examples there where the North Atlantic researchers were trained in the taxonomy and the identification of deep-sea corals were really critical for us. We ran side events at a number of useful meetings. The UN Oceans Conference in Lisbon was one such example. And in my final remarks, I just want to say, I think for these things to work, it's very simple. It's all about empowering people. So many speakers have said that, and these projects, with 188 scientists, of which we have 60 iAtlantic Early Career Fellows, have been fundamental. And the hope is on the shoulders of these great young researchers to take us forward. If you want more information, I'm a scientist, we write papers. There's a short paper on iAtlantic, and the approach that we take, it's not just the science, the breakdown of the things that are in each of those blue circles, but it's actually how we build the partnership and we empower people to do the work. Thank you very much.
That was quite a lot packaged in that 5 minutes, Prof. You did very well. I also like that part at the end there about, I'm a scientist, I write papers. I like that. I also like the implementation and the capacity building beyond the corridors of the university. I am taking 3 seconds because I'm assuming that we're lining up Professor Ronaldo Cristofoletti. I think he's ready and he's a professor at the Federal University of Sao Paulo. Over to you, Prof.
To all, it's a huge pleasure to be here, even online with you. Congratulations to all the South African colleagues for the organization. And I will shortly present a little bit from the Atlantic Blue Schools Network and also the ways forward we consider for AAORIA. I hope we don't have any issue with the internet. If that happens, I already apologize because my internet is going up and down a little bit. First of all, what an easy job for me to be here at this forum to talk about the Atlantic Blue Schools Network after the 2 amazing presentations we just saw from 2 Blue Schools ambassadors, youth ambassadors. My congratulations to that students that represent a wider community and all South Africa Blue Schools that just showed us what this is about. The Atlantic Blue Schools Network was created, and the more recent data show that we reached more than 107,000 students. Like those 2, you just saw that, the new generation, the ones that really make the difference and doing science since they are young, and discussing the 7 priorities of the AAORIA in their work. Throughout the initial phase, the pilot phase with Anchor, we have more than 11 international events organized. We engaged a lot of stakeholders. So the goal of the Atlantic Blue Schools is going beyond the school and the school walls, but engaging all the local community, all that community discussing, exchanging knowledge, bringing indigenous, local knowledge together, and linking the priorities of the AAORIA with what's happening in that local. We are going now for the next event also in Barcelona, and we have at this stage actually updating here not more 16 countries. We have 18 countries. We had Honduras joining us, so this is great. And I heard at the beginning John Bell saying, well, we need to increase the partners, the countries in the Atlantic. So the Atlantic Blue Schools Network is presenting how we've already been doing that. UK is already part of this. And I invite all of you to know more details, what was done, and listen the story and how it was undertaken for each country in the book that was just released. You have the QR code, where each of the countries, the initial ones, are telling their story. And to finalize, when we think about ways AAORIA could move forward from the now Atlantic Blue Schools Network perspective and what you would expect for this new phase, I would say what is our base value that join all of us here. The ocean is one. There is only one ocean. And the Atlantic united us. We are united by the Atlantic. But although we are united by the Atlantic, one ocean, but different countries, different realities. We are not the same. We are united, but we have differences. And we need to look for that difference. And that means that there is a need for us to increase the diversity of stakeholders, but also to bring more equity and inclusion for this process in the new phase of the AAORIA. We need to move forward on that step in order to have a notion and action that represent all the countries and all the stakeholders in this area. Secondly, saying about the Atlantic Blue Schools is recognizing that social innovation is necessary for social impact. AAORIA brings the innovation in the title, and social innovation is also an innovation. It's not only about the technology. And that means that when we manage to link the priorities for the government discussed in a forum for the Atlantic to the local community through schools, this is in citizen science. That is one way of social innovation, and we need to work on that. We need to recognize that as also science. It's not only outreach. This is science. It's social science. It's human science. And finally, you bring what was the last image I showed when we were ending Anchor. We need to recognize ocean literacy as a priority also for funding. The numbers are nice. We managed to engage people, but working with people demands funding. We all know the cost of doing offshore surveys of a ship, a group of researchers or students doing some research in the Atlantic. But working with humans also demands investment. And while we need to look now in the future steps of AAORIA, we consider that at this stage, at national level, we are doing business as usual. The countries that can invest more are growing more. With the Atlantic Blue Schools Network Joint Pilot Action, we managed to bring some same opportunities for all in an international level for exchanging knowledge. But when we look for the future, we need to consider equity, and equity is recognizing the Atlantic as one, but bringing more for the countries that need more and for the stakeholders that need that step, because they can make the communication, they can reach, they can bring the science for where we need, the change.
Thank you so much,
That is
Prof.
our desire and collaboration for the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. I think really the emphasis there on doing science with the people and using schools to reach and implement and reach communities and impact and diversify was really felt there. I'm going to move on now to Dr. Emma Roca, who is from UCT. He's a research fellow at Marine and Antarctic Research Center in Innovation and Sustainability at UCT, Marine Microbial Ecologist. I said it right the third time. And you're dedicated to exploring the dynamics of microbial and phytoplankton communities within productive ocean ecosystems using a holistic approach. Over to you.
Thank you very much. So I'm just waiting for the presentation to come up. So we are one of the Atlanteco, I think, is the only project dedicated to looking at the marine microbiome. I think, next. There we go. All right, so Atlanteco essentially transfers knowledge from medical to natural sciences. So as we know, the human microbiome is used to monitor and diagnose the health of the entire body. So using that same logic, Atlanteco applies this holistic approach to global and Atlantic Ocean. So we study free-living and host-associated microbes, including those that may degrade plastic in the ocean. So compared to life on land, so you can see the third globe there, life on ocean is a fluid and it's 3D, so it makes it a bit more complex. It's very dynamic in space and time, and as such, the microbiome is connected across the Atlantic Ocean. It drives ecosystem services at local, regional, and basin scales. So we're looking at all these three scales. So Atlanteco creates strong bonds and research collaborations to study the ocean microbiome. We have science subs, as the other projects do as well, in Brazil, South Africa, and Europe. And truly share capacity. This is, I think, a common theme across all of us that we're really working on very hard, as equitably as possible. And you're going to hear a bit more about that tomorrow, I think. So capacity to conduct field observations. We're doing a lot of field observations for this project on board research sailboats, as well as larger vessels, in order to fill huge knowledge gaps, especially in the southern Atlantic. There's a big gap there at the moment, certainly on the microbiome level. And we use so we've established common standards and best practices for studying the marine microbiome. It's a tricky topic to study, and this is something that we've been working very hard on as well. So far we've had 50 early career scientists who have spent over 560 days at sea, including over COVID, and collected over 30,000 new samples. These are what we are busy processing right now. I've either built or busy building capacity to biobank and analyze these samples regionally in South America and Africa, as well as in Europe, including a network of sequencing and imaging centers. So we're doing imaging as well as genomics on these samples. So Atlanteco, on the outreach and literacy, ocean literacy side, trains and connects policymakers, scientists, and citizens across generations and across the ocean, which is really important as well. So we've also got the Atlanteco podcast, which you can tune into. This highlights those stories of the Atlantic within Atlanteco and beyond in a refreshing and effective format, and we have over 1,400 listeners. All right, so Atlanteco creates high quality, these are the sorts of outputs that we're creating at the moment. We're creating high quality global maps of essential ocean variables based on traditional as well as genetic data. So historical as well as these new samples that we're creating right now, about the microbiome. So these model predictions help provide evidence that supports science diplomacy and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals for life in the ocean and climate action as well. So these variables, moving on to the next bit, helps assess and manage several ecosystem services using the Ocean Health Index. So the ocean microbiome indeed supports fisheries. It's the base of the food web. It offers potential for blue biotechnology discoveries, and of course drives the sequestration of carbon in the ocean. So that map, in case you're interested, is a result from one of our species distribution modeling efforts. It's a modeling pteropods based on climatologies of temperature, salinity, oxygen, chlorophyll, etc. So all of these data that we've been accumulating. So in a nutshell, Atlanteco provides an innovative and holistic approach to assess and manage ecosystem services, and we are busy, and is equally as important, building and sharing capacity to do so. So finally, there's a close link, and this follows up well from the previous, before the coffee break, the presentation that we had. There's a link between the Atlanteco and the Atlantic Ocean Research, or AAORIA Working Group, on the marine microbiome that shares the same priorities for capacity building, ocean culture or knowledge, and research coordination. So over the last years, this group, which was established thanks to financial support from Canada, we've been able to continue that support, so we thank you for that. And we think the next steps, as was mentioned before as well, the establishment of a blue biotechnology and marine microbiome action group under the AAORIA would help support biotechnological discovery, innovation, ocean health, and sustainable blue food production. So our vision to achieve a sustainable blue bioeconomy focuses on inclusive research, entrepreneurship, and innovation programs that build capacity across all three hubs and beyond, hopefully, and involve local human resources for the purpose of creating sustainable bioeconomies in a healthy planet. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Emma. I also like the creeping in of business and entrepreneurship that's coming through in these presentations. I think it is refreshing to see, especially because within our academic journeys, business and entrepreneurship is so divorced from the content that we learn as researchers. I am going to move on to online with Luis Pinero. Is Luis?
Yes, I hope you can hear me. So, well, first of all, thank you so much for the invitation to be here. And I'm really sorry I cannot be in presence with you in South Africa. Actually, South Africa is very relevant because this is where we launched the AAORIA network officially. So basically, this is an all-Atlantic floating university network, which one of the main goals that we have is promoting opportunities of training for young people all across the Atlantic from north to south. So what we wish to do really is to maximize what is already there. So we are building on existing programs and infrastructures all across the Atlantic. It's a bottom-up initiative. So this is supported not by you or any other program, but this is essentially a member state funded initiative. So after even the funding of Anchor has stopped, we are able to continue growing. So we had our last member to join was the Marine Institute from Ireland that joined just last week. And this is part of the Anchor CSA, that's where it was built, and it's part of the All-Atlantic training platform that we wish to promote. So we want to promote a higher level of cooperation between all these existing initiatives. So there are wonderful programs all along the Atlantic. Some of them for training at sea, they use very small boats, 10-meter boats or things like that. And then we go from that end to the NOSOAT program, in which we have the Polar Stem, which is a huge ship with the polar capacities. What we want also to do is to create synergies between these programs that are run, they are successful in all these countries, and to share best practices between all of us. We therefore wish to promote this coordinated training at various levels. So we have from master students to technicians to PhDs and to early career ocean professionals. And we wish to promote this training with an all-Atlantic perspective, which should be multidisciplinary as much as possible, intergenerational, transdisciplinary, and also in a multicultural environment. So we wish to promote this mobility of students, early career professionals, and trainers within the network. So we now have 41 programs, national programs from 27 countries. And since we started in December last year, we have already offers of 3 cruises. So this is a commitment from the member states. So it's not in the programs. So this is the funding comes from national. And we had already 5 berths, and we have participants from different countries, as I will show in a minute. So the network involves universities, marine institutes, hydrographic surveys, and ocean foundations. And we also have as members large programs like Eurofleets Plus, POGO, UN Decade, ECOP Network. Air Center, and we have already one member from the maritime sector, which we are in contact to do more. So I would like just to mention that our two members that just recently joined AAORIA, UK and Norway, they are both members. So UK has joined us with the Plymouth Marine Laboratory and also with NOC, with National Oceanographic Center in Southampton. And Norway has joined us as a coalition between the different maritime universities. So as you can see, we span the whole Atlantic from north to south and from east to west. And we also have the Schmidt Ocean Institution from the US. We are also in contact with new potential partners like NOAA, and also in Canada, we are also in contact with DFO. And we hope many of these institutions will join in the near future. So also, we are trying to encourage that countries which still don't have a training at sea program to develop one and to join our initiative, learn from what we do, we can share our practices with them. And this is something that we really would like to do, particularly for developing countries. We also want to promote opportunities for science policy dialogue at sea, which is something which is not so common, but we believe it's extremely important. We want also to benefit from different thematic and calendar complementaries between all these programs that are run in the Atlantic. So some of them are devoted to a specific topic, some of them are devoted to another one. Some cruises are difficult to get on during winter in some countries, but at that time, other countries, they are running their programs. So we hope that we are contributing to the Galway and Ballet statements, the Washington AAORIA Declaration last year, in 22, sorry, UN Ocean Science for Sustainable Development, and the EU mission Restore Our Oceans and Waters by 2030. So we believe our contribution is mainly in capacity development and ocean literacy. So as I mentioned, we had already 3 nationally funded cruises, where we had all these participants from Portugal, Brazil, Namibia, Argentina. And so these were berths that were offered by our colleagues from Belgium and from South Africa. And of course, one of the most rewarding things is the type of comments that we have from these young researchers, young ECOPs that participate. Like this one, I always had a dream to taking part of a large oceanographic campaign, but I never managed this beautiful experience. And this is common to all of them. You can see some of the testimonials in our webpage. So we had our first meeting, as I mentioned before, in South Africa. And I should say that this was possible only because we had the support from the Anchor CSA. So just limited funding that we had allowed us to meet in person in South Africa, and this was absolutely crucial to get this program going on. At that time, we had 31 participants from 21 training programs from 16 countries, and also representatives from POGO, Eurofleets, the Air Center, and the ECOP network.
Thank you so much, Prof.
We hope for the continued support with the new CSA so that we can meet in person, which is absolutely fundamental. And we are sure that many of the countries, they are more and more providing berths. We just received a communication from our colleagues from Brazil, and they are going to promote 32 places until 2026 in their floating laboratories, which is absolutely wonderful. We will have our next meeting, which will be hybrid in Portugal from the 14th to the 15th of December, and we hope to see you there. Any questions you may have, we are very happy to reply, and thank you very much. So you have the webpage there. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much. Again, capacity development coming out strong there, and also the noting of when there's will and there's even little funding, we're still able to meet in person. So I really appreciate that insight as well. So our last speaker for this session from Aqua Vita Bente Torstensen.
Thank you so much. It's a real pleasure to be here, and thank you to the organizers for this opportunity to present Aqua Vita project. The focus of Aquavita being the twin sister project, one of the two aquaculture projects in this Belém Galway statement call, is focused on low trophic aquaculture. So, okay, I just need to turn that around. So in this perfect storm of challenges that we are facing, the ocean is of course affected, but it's also in the ocean where the solutions lie. And both UN, Ocean High-Level Panel and EU has identified aquaculture and especially low trophic aquaculture as the solutions moving forward when we need to produce more food in a more sustainable way, so more sustainable food systems. And here, the past 4.5 years, Aquavita has been working on this whole food system to make this possible with a true transatlantic collaborative way. So 35 partners from 16 countries, as you see here, from Europe, Brazil, US, Canada, and South Africa. Namibia has come together. And I just wanted to show you this picture of the consortium. This is when we have been working together for the project period time, and just to see the energy and the enthusiasm in this consortium. And this is not something that we can take for granted. This is hard work to make this happen and to have this mutual trust and sharing of knowledge that really makes a difference when we develop knowledge and really move forward. Here you can recognize many of the collaborators that we have on board. We have been working with these value chains in Aquavita. I will not go into detail, but just to show you the headlines. So the macroalgae, integrated multi-trophic aquaculture, very well presented and explained here earlier by Liza. We have been working with echinoderms, shellfish, and finfish. And I said we have been working because we are now in these days finalizing our final report, and we have had our final project meeting. So in the different countries, we have been working with the species that have the most potential to succeed in that area of the globe. So as you see here, different species in different geographic areas. And I think that's a very important take-home message as well. Focus on what is the most likely to succeed in the area where we work, and then share knowledge across the different ways of producing. Aquaculture is very diverse, and we have a lot to learn from each other. In Aquavita, we have been focusing, as I said earlier, on the whole food system, all the different aspects, from understanding sustainability, environmental monitoring, working with the biology, the actual production value chains, but also all the way to policy and governance advice, which is so important. These are many new species, new ways of producing food in many of these areas. In Norway, for example, we have been working with sea urchins. I'm sure you know there's not a lot of sea urchin aquaculture in Norway yet, but we have the possibilities to increase. Core activity in this project has been student and industrial exchange program. And this has been so important to have on board to increase the understanding across the collaborators across the countries. If you scan the QR code, that will take you directly into the web page where you can see the whole list of the students and exchanges that has been going on. These are just 2 examples here that we are very happy about. And another main deliverable has been the policy brief. So here also QR code will take you into the, so if you are interested to read the whole PDF, it's only a couple of pages, but it is very to the point, making concrete advices and actions on how to succeed with low trophic aquaculture in the different parts of the world. So we are now coming to an end with Aquavita. It's been a fantastic project, and we are happy to contribute moving forward with the CSA having a major part also for aquaculture. It is really where the solutions lie. If you are interested to read more about Aquavita, you can just scan another QR code here. It's all in the webpage. And just 2 weeks ago, we had our final meeting. It was all recorded. It will be made available online on our web pages. So just check it out in a couple of weeks, and you can see the whole meeting recorded. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for that session. That brings us to the end of it. As they walk down the stage, one last round of applause. And now we're going to have a conversation about engaging, or rather on engaging, African partners and supporters in the All Atlantic Ocean. And Ntate Gilbert Siko is walking towards me right now, and he's from the Department of Science and Innovation, and he's got 3 guests that are going to be joining him, and I'm going to allow him to introduce his guests for the coming session. His guests will come and join him, all 3 of you, right here. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Julie, and good afternoon, everyone. Still, yes, almost afternoon, just about afternoon. So I'd like to invite to the stage Stacy Rajal from National Oceanic Administrative Agency. And I would also like to invite Tracy Clarenbiek from the National Research Foundation, and also like to invite Ken Findley from the Global Oceans Accounts Program in Africa, COP. So this is part of the sessions where we will basically be engaging in some discussions, and ultimately with the colleagues able to provide us with some inputs, particularly because we're looking at the growing, but particularly when you have to grow as South Africa, our priority in growing the role or the impact of AAORIA is that we cannot go alone. As only Africans, we need to bring more Africans. I think it was said earlier on, the African proverb, so we need to be able to bring in more Africans. So we're going to, the reason we're inviting these colleagues is for them, because they do have programs, active participations in Africa. So we'd like to hear from them. Particularly, let me start with, I'm not sure if you will have because what I need to you, Stacey, to provide us with an explanation here, where you provide a background in terms of collaborative footprint of NOAA. Yeah, if you can do that. Thank you.
Yes, I am happy to do so, and I have a short presentation, but I know that we are short on time as well, so I'm going to condense a little bit of what I was going to say. Do we have the little thing? Okay, thank you. So as mentioned before, I'm Stacy Rajal. I'm the director of NOAA Research's International Activities Office, and we do have a number of ongoing collaborations with Africa. But first I want to start by something that I think is known by everyone in this room, but what we have to keep repeating to ourselves again and again, which is Global engagement is a key part of executing NOAA's domestic mission and mandate, and that includes the work that we do with African partners. It's a very important part of that. NOAA's engagement with African partners helps us achieve our science, service, and stewardship, and is also in line with the Biden-Harris commitment to collaborating further with Africa, as noted in the December 2022 U.S.-Africa Leaders Summit. So again, I was going to go into a bit more detail about some of our programs throughout Africa, but I wanted to highlight a few things that are most relevant to AAORIA and things that I think can help be a launching point for further African partnerships within AAORIA and beyond to the benefit of everyone. So the first just overview is that we do a lot of collaboration in ocean observing. As part of the Global Ocean Observing System, GOOSE, we work closely with African partners to improve ocean observations and promote data sharing. NOAA's Global Ocean Monitoring and Observing Program supports 50% of the global GOOSE array, and we're working with African partners consistently to expand that and to expand capacity building in that area. Another key area in our ocean observing related type of collaborations is on ocean acidification. So as part of the Global Ocean Acidification Observing Network, we work with African partners. There's an Ocean Acidification Africa Regional Hub, where we support ocean acidification monitoring and observation. And we also coordinate in the peer-to-peer network, which is a scientific mentorship program that matches senior researchers across Africa with early career scientists. And as we've heard throughout the presentations here today, working with early career scientists is a priority within AAORIA, and perhaps lessons we can learn from GOA. Another area where we have collaboration is in climate resilience. We actually just did a blue carbon workshop in Ghana last week. It was a 2-week workshop where we had some field work, but also did some classroom work to connect scientists and figure out how to do blue carbon assessments. The other thing that is very important, and again, I'm not going to go into all of the details, is our work on climate predictions. This is both in getting the data needed for climate predictions, but also in how do you do those models, how do you do that kind of thing. And our National Weather Service has an Africa training desk, which provides 4-month training fellowships held in the United States for African meteorologists from participating countries. And this is supported with a number of other partners, including WMO, USAID, et cetera. The last thing that I wanted to highlight is in a section I called early warnings, and we don't necessarily think about all of these things in our work in AAORIA because we're so ocean focused, but I think it's really important to understanding and supporting our coastal communities and the people and thinking about some of the social science and the social work that we have to do, which is our work on famine early warning throughout Africa region in terms of prediction and modeling and getting the word out, and then also in heat health and heat early warning for those types of things. So throughout all of this, which again is just a very brief overview, NOAA also works collaboratively with African partners on the implementation of the UN Decade and the Ocean Decade Africa Roadmap, and we are an observer to IOC Africa, a proponent of Goose Africa, and all of these things where we talk about collaboration and supporters potentially in AAORIA, we have those ties there as well. I just wanted to leave with one final thing. This was a quote from the U.S.-Africa Leaders Statement from President Joe Biden last year. Africa's success is the world's success. And I think that's also true here in AAORIA, that if we can bring in more African partners and make them successful in AAORIA, AAORIA will benefit. We all will benefit. And so it's to our benefit to figure out how to bring on new partners here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stacey. Now call upon Tracy Clarenbeek from the National Research Foundation. Tracy, if you can just provide us briefly on Sun Ocean. Sun Ocean, which mainly I think there was a mention of it earlier on, which is a partnership between South Africa and Norway on oceans. So can you tell us briefly in terms of what, just say something about it.
Something about it. Thank you very much, colleagues. Yes, so from the National Research Foundation, my name is Tracy Klarenbeek, and I'm just going to give you a very brief, in the 5 minutes that I have, overview of the SAN Ocean project. Next slide, please. Okay, so the SAN Oceans, 21 years of very successful, equitable partnership between South Africa and Norway. In that period, we've seen an evolution from SAN Coop to SAN Oceans, and from 2024 onwards, we're not entirely sure what the program will be called. 96 projects over that time, an investment of 142 Norwegian krone, 37 million South African rand. And I think what this really shows is not just a commitment to working together as countries, but an indication of political will, which so often is a hindrance to the science that we want to perform, no matter how good it is. If you don't have political will, that's more or less where the money is going to come from, and we need to have that, and this is a clear indication of that. The money comes from the Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, channeled through the Norwegian Research Council, and through our Department of Science and Innovation through the National Research Council as well. So this year, or this cycle, 2018 to 2023, 10 projects supported, 10 Norwegian institutions, 11 South African institutions, so really a very equitable partnership. The commitment was 30 million Norwegian krone, which I've spelled wrong, I'm sorry, and 15 million rand, so we're looking at about 27 million US dollars, 8 million US dollars per country respectively. And what we're seeing in these projects that we are supporting through the SAN Ocean for this funding is almost all of them, with the exception of 2, are coastal. There's only one that's Southern Ocean, and there's only one that looks at energy. It's looking at all the things that we've heard over and over in the Polar Forum yesterday and in today. We're looking at pollution, wastewater, so sewage, antibiotics, microplastics. Interestingly, we talk a lot about aquaculture, but we're not having a conversation about the brine and the wastewater that is produced in the aquaculture industry, looking at estuaries and sustainable livelihoods, obviously for food security, and then aquaculture under blue growth. We've got a really awesome project that dovetails with a lot of the other work that the National Research Foundation funds, and it's looking at phytoplankton in the Southern Ocean, so it's looking at your phytoplankton characteristics, the community characteristics, primary production, the impact of iron, CO2 sequestration, acid acidification. So a very nice project that's there. So SAN Ocean, because of the COVID pandemic, received a 6-month no-cost extension. So the end date, official end date, was the end of June in 2023. And we hosted, together with Norway in Oslo in September this year, the final conference for the SAN Ocean. So there are a lot of conversations about where we're going to be going after this with SA Norway. And it looks very much like the focus is going to be on the holistic and sustainable use of land, use and management of land. The call will open at the end of November, so my colleagues are hard at work getting that out. It'll close on the 22nd of March. And you can have a look there, you can see the thematic areas of research. So you may not find yourself there as an ocean scientist, but we need to have a look at things like sustainable use of natural resources. We need to remember that Antarctica is land use, management of cultural environments in the face of spatial changes, marine protected planning, all of those kinds of things. So yes, we're definitely moving forward. As I said, the political will is there, and it continues. But I'd also like to take this opportunity to just talk a little bit about the Africa agenda for the National Research Foundation. So the most important thing is that we have what they call Science Granting Council Initiative, where the NRF is taken the lead on linking together and building capacity and strengthening the research councils in Africa. So we have a lot of research councils in this initiative, which means that we now have a footprint. We now have a contact point to get into places like Mozambique, where there's a big language barrier, Angola, Namibia, etc. So the opportunity for African research through this particular initiative is huge. We've got a Belmont Forum project, which is also ending this year, Sustainable Oceans. Again, we're looking very much at the east coast of Africa and not the Southern Ocean, but it's been very successful. We've got big partnerships. It's Belmont Forum, so it's Sustainable Oceans, mostly in the Southwest Indian Ocean. And there is a call that's open at the moment, again with Southwest Indian Ocean, looking at marine protected areas and connectivity. So we're looking at those countries on the eastern side, and there's no reason why we can't extend this to the Southern Ocean where we have the access, the capacity, the funding, the will, etc. Yeah, I think that's, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tracy. I think that was exhaustive enough. Now I'll hand over to Professor Ken to provide us some information on, we all know about Global Oceans Accounts partnerships, but then there is now this Africa Community of Practice. So can you tell us more about it and how it can contribute to the to AAORIA?
Thank you, Chair. And I'd just like to just start out. This is going to be a whirlwind tour in 5 minutes. I wanted to start off by introducing aspects of ocean governance. And ocean governance is the need to manage and mitigate human resource uses and their associated pressures. And there are two particular aspects of ocean governance that we think are critical. One is ocean change, the way that ocean resource uses are changing, the way that ocean sciences are changing, the way we monitor, research, and measure the oceans are changing enormously. And the third aspect of that, in relation to increasing and expanding ocean economies and increasing and expanding resource uses, is the way that the oceans are changing themselves due to anthropogenic production and consumption activities. The second component that I want to bring into the governance equation is ocean value. Governance is often about trade-offs. Trade-offs are inherently related to values. And for far too long, we valued oceans as economic contribution to GDP only. And there are huge challenges associated with that sort of metric. We need ocean values that are integrated across economic, social, and environmental domains. These are critical to inform ocean governance processes for trade-off decisions. But I need to put across here that the mechanisms of integration of these three domains are not well established or understood in the ocean space. And we desperately need to account for change and the integration of these domains in sustainable ocean planning, blue economy strategies, and integrated ocean management and governance processes. I don't have time to run through this convoluted nested human-ocean nexus diagram, but basically what we're looking at here are economic components embedded within social systems, embedded within the environment and earth systems. And basically what this diagram, this complex diagram will talk about or will look towards is the movement of natural capital, abiotic and ecosystem services from the right to the left, from the environment to economies, and therefore to social benefit, and the related economic pressures, unsustainable extraction, translocations, habitat modification, climate change, that flow from economic sectors back to the environment. And this is really about ocean governance and ocean management in order to balance those resource uses and pressures. There are a number of different sorry, it's not.
On your remote.
Yeah, it's, sorry. There are a number of different metrics and different indicators that we could extract from a human-ocean nexus model like these. I haven't got time to run through all of them, but they relate from ecosystem accounting, ecosystem condition extent, right through to economic accounting and social accounting. And we can really measure these through ocean accounts processes. Structured and regular compilations of consistent and comparable information on the ocean environment, the related social circumstances, and the economic activities. We organize ocean accounts into ocean accounts frameworks, and these are recognized processes, following recognized standardized processes such as the System of National Accounts, the System of Environmental Economic Accounts Central Framework, or the recently released Ecosystem Accounts Framework, and building on these through the Global Ocean Accounts Partnership in terms of social accounts, etc. And through these, we can measure indicators that go beyond GDP, that identify particular environmental, ecological, social, and economic metrics. And the flows between these allow us to adequately integrate these particular measures that allow us to inform aspects of ocean governance, and particularly tied to this, aspects of blue finance models that are particularly important, increasingly so in blue economy expansions and advancement. So very quickly, we have a data foundation that we can use standardized ocean accounts frameworks in economic, environmental, and social aspects to inform three aspects. One, the blue financing. Second, the ocean governance processes and products. And thirdly, blue economy indicators that talk to the way ocean economies are incorporated into national ocean development goals and national ocean commitments. Those commitments including commitments to the SDGs, to the Global Biodiversity Framework, or to BBNJ. A lot of this is underpinned by the Global Ocean Accounts Partnership. It's an open multi-stakeholder organization partnership established to enable countries and other stakeholders to use ocean accounting to go beyond GDP to measure and manage progress towards sustainable ocean development. There are currently 32 institutional members that include governments, international institutions, research institutions, co-chaired by the United Nations Economic Social Commission for Asia Pacific and the Government of Canada, with significant financial support from the UK government, the Australian government, the World Bank, UNESCO, and others. There's ongoing support for the development of technical methods and standards of ocean accounting that are pursuant to the United Nations Statistics Commission, to ESCAP, and that align very well with the Sustainable Ocean Plans initiatives of the High-Level Panel for Sustainable Ocean Economies and their associated Ocean Action 2030 agendas.
Thank you very much, Professor. Sorry, the time was limited. So I think this is the time again where we will then start to I'll first throw in some questions and I'll also invite maybe two questions from the audience. Let me start by just asking a question, particularly to, let's start with Stacey. We've had, I think, extensively, particularly the footprint, you've painted a footprint in terms of NOAA in Africa. And now that we, in this meeting, looking forward to basically implementing the All-Atlantic, the AAORIA Declaration that was signed in Washington, and starting to prioritize the first 2 years. So how basically do you think NOAA will be able to contribute to ensure that African countries' contributions increase the priorities in the next 2 years?
Well, that's a great question, and I think it's a shared challenge, not just for NOAA, but for all AAORIA partners. And one of the things that we have talked about is this is an open and inclusive partnership, and we want people to be here. So I think part of what we have been talking about at NOAA is how can we use our existing connections, relationships to bring additional partners into AAORIA so that we have more people at the table, more people can understand what we're trying to do here, but also we can leverage resources, because when it comes down to it, we all have a strong desire, again, to work with African partners and to see Africa succeed, not only in AAORIA, but generally, but we don't all have the resources to do this independently. So when we come together in AAORIA, we can help African partners get access to capacity building. We can help them get access to resources. We can connect youth in many different ways. So I think that all of those can be valuable tools by bringing more people to the table.
Thank you very much, Stacey. So I now invite one or two questions from the audience. Is there any? I don't see any. Oh, yes. Can you give a mic? Yes. Oh, there's a mic.
Thank you very much. I'm Niall McDonough from the Marine Institute in Ireland. Very interesting presentations in this session, but I have a question for Ken Finlay. So I was really interested to hear about the work you're doing in terms of ocean governance, but in particular national systems for ocean accounts. And my question is, and just to hear about the global partnership there and the sort of collaboration that supports in this area. And one of the things that we are involved in is in Ireland through the Marine Institute is the OECD Ocean Economy Programme. And of course, this is something that they are trying to support as well, so that we have a mechanism which is common of ocean accounting used by multiple countries that enables us to compare and contrast our ocean economies and make, obviously, decisions around priorities and national development planning, etc. So can I ask you, is there any interaction between the work that the OECD is doing and what you're doing through the global partnership? Thanks.
Yeah, so thank you for that. I think there are a lot of common threads and there are a lot of common themes, but in terms of the actual mechanisms and the nuts and bolts of the frameworks that are being utilized, they are slightly different. I think both probably draw on each other. The Global Ocean Accounts Partnership particularly is involved in a number of African coastal member nations in terms of advancing ocean accounts, be they ecosystem accounts, be they aspects of the central framework, be they ocean economy satellite accounts that talk to the economics of the particular sectors, etc. And it's that interrelationship across those disciplines that I think is really, really important. Certainly we engage with partners from OECD. There probably could be greater interrelationship or greater overlap or greater synergy, but at the moment the partnership is really focusing on aspects of those in a number of different African countries. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much for intake. I think I'd like let's give a hand to the panel. I think they delivered an interesting talk that we can now simmer during the later on breaks, and probably maybe if you've got some questions, engage with them. Thank you very much. I'll hand over to Program Director.
Thank you so much to Ndate Gilbert and his panel. That was very interesting insights around, I found that very interesting to have a look at measuring the values beyond GDP and looking at more economic and social and environmental factors as well. I thought that was quite cool. We're going to move on to the next panel. And the next panel is, well, instead a roundtable discussion with complementary organizations on their efforts in ways that AAORIA can complement without duplicating. This is going to be conducted by Jose Luis Motino from Air Center. Thank you. Jose is going to have 3 guests and you will introduce your guests. Thank you.
So thank you so much. I'd like to invite, Joseph Mahogan from IOC Africa, Alistair McInnes from BirdLife South Africa, and Joe Foden from ISIS. Would you please join us? Somebody forgot the phone here. Okay. So, hello. Hello. Hello, hello. So thank you all for being here. So we'll discuss now the context of collaboration within the AAORIA. You know, some redundancy and, let's say, overlap is always needed to complex systems, and AAORIA are complex systems. But we would like to avoid duplications, let's say. So the main focus of this panel is how can we build on your organization, your efforts, your projects, in a way to create this holistic approach for the implementation of the AAORIA Declaration. I will start with IOC Africa. You know, part of a mission of IOC Africa, we know it's, to promote regional and international cooperation for the understanding and management of the African oceans and coastal systems. As we heard here, Africa is a priority. Stacey also insisted on that. So how can we engage with IOC Africa? How can we develop our partnership and complement what IOC Africa is doing right now in terms of the AAORIA Declaration?
Thank you very much for that question. It's a very good question. I would start by capturing a quote that I saw from the proverb, that if you want to go far, you walk alone. If you want to go further, then you travel with other people. IOC Africa, in the science, ocean space is responsible for the coordination and the management of capacity building research in the ocean space in the African region and adjacent island states. When you look at what our objectives are and our programs are, I had prepared a presentation, but I'll just speak about it. You hear very common phrases that have been mentioned in this sitting: ocean literacy, early career scientists, pollution. Those are things that are within our mandate that we are trying to promote. What I'm arriving at is that the ocean space, I like priding myself in this, is 70% of the earth. If we were to capture all that expertise in the ocean management and the resources and focus them in addressing the challenges that we have, as had been mentioned by a presentation this morning about urgency, focus, and equity, we would go further. What I'm simply saying is that IOC Africa is a willing partner in this discussion. We have programs that we have designed, and most of them have up to activity level that are areas that we can sit together so that we do not duplicate, but however, just pick the expertise and fuse them and to be able to answer the questions or deliver the message that we're supposed to deliver so that we have a better managed ocean environment. There's individual capacity in terms of resources. There's a technical capacity in IOC that I think also exists in IORA. So we really should look at each other as partners and not operate in silos. That's what I'm trying to say. Thank you.
So thank you. I'm sure there will be a lot of opportunities, and I invite you to discuss with Niall. How can we progress within this new CSA? Okay. Yeah.
Sure. That in fact, one of the appealing points to us was the invitation to attend such a forum. Because that's where we start, that we have our areas of operations, there are things we have an interest in. IORA asks the same. Then we sit together and look at what is it that we can design and deliver together so that now we have all this expertise and resources focused on a specific object for the betterment of the ocean management. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we go to ask Alistair. But before asking, I've been in one of the mission ocean projects called Agora. They have a very interesting, demo site in Cork that everything works about bird watching. It's very interesting because the bird watching is the driver. The bird life over there is the driver of all the restoration of a very important site near Cork. And here I see that how can bird life SA to support sustainable and equitable use of natural resources by encouraging people to enjoy and value nature.
Cool. Thanks for that. Yeah, really interesting question. Yeah, so BirdLife International and BirdLife South Africa do focus a lot of their work on science-driven, solution-based approaches to conservation, but also bringing in the human components, so extending what we do to the human component in South Africa, especially communities, and trying to deal with poverty as well by training bird guides, for instance. In the seabird conservation program, our community work is actually limited directly to helping with our mitigation measures in terms of bycatch reduction. So we work with Ocean View Center for People with Disabilities, who help create our bird scaring lines that go on offshore trawl and pelagic longline fleets, which are very successful at mitigating bycatch with albatrosses and petrels. So not quite what you've asked in terms of extending knowledge with bird watching. I mean, bird watching is an important component to get people interested in nature. But in our program specifically, we're trying to find the links with people that can directly contribute towards solutions, especially with fisheries. And the common links we have, I suppose, that are similar to the AAORIA community is the Atlantic Ocean, which has a lot of common threats to seabirds that obviously aren't limited to borders. You know, they move around lots of different exclusive economic zones, including the high seas and the Atlantic, and there are lots of common threats across the Atlantic for different nations. So one of our projects, which is an international project, the Albatross Task Force, works with 4 nations in South America and Namibia, so they all border the Atlantic, and they all share knowledge and science and innovation around mitigating these threats of bycatch, which is the biggest at-sea threat to seabirds, which are currently the most threatened group of birds globally, with about 1/3 of all species currently threatened. So it's huge challenges for us, and collaboration, especially with partners like an AAORIA, can only help us, build that common knowledge and also tackle the gaps that we're currently missing, especially in terms of innovative ways to improve compliance, especially.
Oh, thank you so much. But now, Joe, well, we've seen ICES everywhere here in these presentations. And ICES has set itself to contribute for the development of marine science through collaborations. Very well known for collaborating everywhere, literally. I mean, we've been the logo of ICES in several presentations. And advancing and sharing scientific understanding of marine ecosystems and services. Do you see an interface where the aspiration of the AAORIA Declaration are supporting ICES, and how can ICES support the AAORIA?
Yes, thank you for the question. So just to start with, the AAORIA principles in the declaration very closely align with the ICES mission. I won't read it out, but you can see the buzzwords immediately: the advancing and sharing scientific understanding, generating state-of-the-art advice. These are the kinds of things that we very closely align with already. There's a couple of things I'd like to highlight, and if there's one thing you remember from my talk, it's the ICES network. So our ICES network is of about 5,000 scientists from both sides of the Atlantic, from the Arctic in the north down to the southern Atlantic, and it includes very many of the AAORIA member countries already. So we have 20 member countries of our own. We provide expert working groups. There's around 150 are very active each year. We have advisory products and scientific reports. And we have lots of affiliated organizations, including here in South Africa, but also in Peru and in Chile, Australia, New Zealand. And indeed, I've spoken to many people here yesterday and today who either are or have worked very closely with ICES. So the purpose of the ICES structure and network is to provide a space for sustained scientific cooperation. Okay. So we also have lots of experience of working with a predecessor, AAORIA, that was spoken about slightly earlier this morning. IC's led 3 work packages in that particular project that the Marine Institute led. I think it was 2015 to 2020. And it was implementing the Galway Statement that was celebrated a few weeks back. So in this kind of experience, we're able to offer AAORIA a background of knowledge, of people, of experience, and we can hopefully work very closely together. But ICES has been involved with very, very many collaborations and partnerships. These are just some of them, from individual organizations to regional seas conventions, and as you can see, all over the Atlantic and even further afield.
Thank you. Yeah. Finished? Yeah. No, I'll ask the second request for both of you at the same time. So, I mean, AAORIA is all about action, no? I mean, have to deliver, have to, to come up with solutions for this challenge that we have right now. So, I mean, I will ask for you, what will be your priorities in terms of action? Let's say 3 priorities for the next 2 years, so we could start working together as we leave the stage. So starting with IOC Africa, Joseph.
But on this one, I will need my slide projected, because...
Yeah.
Is that me now? Nothing.
Okay.
In my introductory statement, I mentioned about IOC being the UN body, like the brains for ocean science in the UN. And those are some of the areas of concern that we work with, all in the name of providing science-based policy information. The IOC Africa is sort of the narrowed down lens of the IOC, but it is specific to Africa and adjacent island states. The mission, again, is there. This is the slide that I want to dwell on, that in the 7th session of the IOC Africa meeting that was held in March in Nairobi, we developed a work plan around those thematic areas. And we have activities under them that we intend to implement in the next 2 years. So the first area is on ocean observation and data information management. There's ocean science and application to management, capacity development for marine science technology, ocean literacy, public awareness and advocacy, and something on the UN Decade of Ocean Science for certain development. These terms appear repetitive if you've been following the submission since morning, and it shows that at a strategic level, we are all aligned. What probably exists as a gap is in the how to do it and the method we are deploying. So when we develop this, these are like activities that have been picked up by IOC Africa for implementation in the next 2 years. What this does is in this forum, is it provides areas for intervention. So we have laid out what we propose to do in the next 2 years. What probably would be a point of discussion with AAORIA would be on areas that they are active and have the expertise, how then do we work together to have this implemented so that it doesn't appear repetitive, number one. Number two, we don't keep spending resources in silos, so that now the ocean science space benefits from both initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you. So basically these 6 activities.
Yes, we have activities, and this can be, I can share this. I've already shared the presentation, but again, I can share this with the submission, the proceedings from the IOC 7th session to AAORIA for consideration, and then we can engage on the discussion on how this can be implemented moving forward.
Oh, fantastic.
That's the essence of actually why we came.
That will be very helpful. Thank you. So, Alistair, the same question. What can we do together? Priorities for the next 2 years.
Yeah, I don't think I would show the slides, but just to talk to that, some of the priorities that could align with some of the work we do over the next couple of years, more broadly could include compliance, so research around compliance, whether that's electronic monitoring or more mechanical mechanisms to ensure better compliance for bycatch mitigation in various fleets. So that's a huge challenge for us, and it's something the Albatross Task Force globally is looking at, but it's really early days, and I know it's a problem not just for seabirds, but for sharks, rays, turtles, and other fish and other species. So that is something that we see as really urgent, and something that could really use collaboration with people who have different knowledge about different systems. The other priority for us is more related to our threatened coastal seabirds, but also other taxonomic groups that are under pressure from a rapidly expanding ocean economy. And we see a lot of threats associated with seismic surveys, ship-to-ship bunkering, things that influence marine noise pollution are having a big impact, especially on diving species. And we see a huge gap in terms of finding out what the thresholds are for different species in terms of different decibel levels that will make animals basically avoid those levels of noise, and actually implementing mitigation measures to minimize that noise, which is becoming an increasing problem. So I see that as also a field that's very urgent for us in South Africa, and I'm sure in many other Atlantic nations.
Have you ever worked with other Atlantic nations? I mean, in terms of,
so through BirdLife International and the Royal Society for Protection of Birds, the Albatross Task Force is involved in 8 nations, and then 6 of those are within the Atlantic Ocean, including Namibia and South Africa. From Africa, and then it's Uruguay, Argentina, Brazil, Argentina, Uruguay in the Atlantic, and then in the Pacific, Chile, Peru, Ecuador as well. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So some of these, yes, of course.
Thank you very much. Something that I guess is that slipped my mind, but it's kind of obvious, is that the membership of IOC and the membership of AAORIA, activities happen at member state level. And from the membership of AAORIA, I can see and you can tell that they are also members of IOC. Yeah. So in terms of now avoiding duplication of activities, it is easier for us to do so and focus the resources to where we think we can achieve maximum results, because it is the same people. We just are sort of by orientation belong to different organizations, but they're all in the same space, which is ocean management. IOC Africa, sort of the regional one, it covers the entire Africa and the adjacent states. This other one is just on the western part of the Indian Ocean part of the African continent. So in terms of then executing activities, we think and we feel that that should not be an issue and it should be the way to go. And IOC Africa is a willing and ready partner to have that done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, Joe, what can we do together with ICES? I know you have your slides here.
I have one more slide. The last one between us and lunch.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So, as I said before, ICES is all about the network, so we're here for you. What is it that you need ICES to help you with? So we can run projects, particularly CSAs, we can be involved in work package leading or in tasks, but we're here for you, please use us. We also have some practical things that we can help with. So we have a very long and broad experience of training, capacity building, summer schools for early career scientists, this kind of thing. I'm going to mention two strategic initiatives which very closely align with comments that have already been made all morning about engaging early career scientists and young scientists. So the first one is called SIEGE, which is a strategic initiative on graduate education, where we're looking to have courses that train young graduates or even postgraduates with credits that they can then put together to go towards particular qualifications. And we also have a strategic initiative on integrating early career scientists. And this involves all sorts of networking and fora, and we bring them in at all sorts of levels within ICES. So we try to get them involved in helping to chair working groups or workshops, but also at higher levels and organising their own workshops, organising early career scientists events, and also events at the annual science conference, which, by the way, is taking place next year in the UK, in Gateshead. We can be of very practical help with the ICES library. So it's quite a common problem for projects that you have lots of reports and deliverables, and they go on a special website and they disappear. But at ICES, we have a library with a database for external projects, as well as our own internal reports. And that's searchable, and it's around for the long term. And my very last point is about diversity, equity, and inclusion, which is very high on ICE's list of priorities that we're integrating throughout our network, and also aligns very closely with AAORIA as well. So please use us, please reach out, and we'll do what we can to support you.
We will certainly use you. Thank you for your offer. But everybody's hungry. Yes, I'd like to open the floor to the audience. Have any questions? I think we have time for one or two questions. Yes. Yeah. Can you please provide some microphones? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Astrid Jarre from the University of Cape Town, Morris. A question for Joe. ICES has not only a wonderful network, but as you mentioned, also wonderful other resources. That includes the library, but it also includes the data center. How much are these services really open to countries and institutions that are not among the ICES members?
Certainly for the oceanographic database, that's searchable and open access, so it depends which kind of data that you need. I know that because I used to work for OSPAR, and we employed ICES to look after OSPAR data, and at the same time we could access HELCOM data and AMAP Arctic data, all in a very harmonized, aligned way, and that was searchable by all of OSPAR member countries, so that's a kind of external experience. And I believe it's searchable, but I'm not sure about all the different databases. Forgive me as well, because I'm fairly new to IC, so I'm still learning everything that's available.
Just a follow-up question. ICES, as I said, has this wonderful data center. It also makes data available. But would it, for example, also use this expertise to make data available that are created by AAORIA partners? Or is that restricted to ICES members, so the North Atlantic and adjacent seas? And if ICES would open its expertise to AAORIA partners, for example, what would be needed to make that happen? Thank you.
I don't know that I have a quick answer to that. I think maybe we need to talk about it over lunch. And I'll also take the question back to the ICES Centre.
Murray, just a minute, Miguel. Murray has a response to that, no? With All Atlantic, yeah.
Thank you, Jose. It was just actually a point of information on the All Atlantic community portal. I asked the data manager to send me through what's available there and searchable. Remember, this is a portal through which you find the data in FAIR repositories around the world. So iAtlantic 130 unique data sets, Atlantos 92, Atlas 84, Atlantico 46, Triatlas 44. It's building really rapidly. And I think that's going to be an interesting community, freely available portal through GEOS, through which we can search and find, but work with local data repositories to make sure the data are fully compliant with that
with that system. Fair compliance is findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable, of course.
Thank you, Murray. And now Miguel.
Jose, my question was very, very different from those ones because I'm new here also, and I'm out of the scope. It's a basic question. Can we progress really in the next few years without strongly investing in the national organizations? Question mark. And why am I putting this question? Because I have my experience of Portugal in Europe. All the time we are in a situation where we must decide between being replaced, cooperate with, or strengthen ourselves. And my experience in my very long career is that it is impossible to avoid the strengthening of the national organizations if you want really to progress. Of course, ISIS, I know ISIS for a long time. Portugal was the founder of ISIS. But it's clear that ISIS must enlarge their partnership. It must go everywhere, but supporting the national organizations like ISIS does now.
Maybe Joe and Joseph could say something. Yeah.
Thank you. Following the submissions in the morning, I picked up an issue on equity. And in our context, IOC Africa, we are looking at developing programs that also have national institutions at the core. If we are transferring, say, expertise, we are looking at coordinating the players involved so that now individual nations have their institutions again built up to be able now to function the way they should. And we are looking at some, like one of the activities that has been proposed is cruises along the coast, the African coast. And we are looking at now sharing expertise from our well-developed partners in terms of, one, availing maybe the infrastructure like a ship, or two, the technical expertise that then would come and join our local, our experts on board to be able now to run programs together. So as they do so, one, we get to get the objective met of maybe establishing the status of our continental coasts. Two, we get to have expertise transferred to our local scientists so that now at the end of the exercise, one, we achieve the objective of why we went to the sea. Two, then we also have our individual scientists exposed to the workings and therefore gain knowledge on how then this can be done for sustainability purposes. Thank you.
You want to say something, Joe? And then I will close with Alistair on the other perspective of being a national organization. How is it important for a national organization to support all these international efforts and to be involved in?
Yeah, for us, as I mentioned previously, I suppose the common thread is for us as species have no boundaries. So, yeah, it makes sense. It doesn't make sense for just one exclusive economic zone to implement all these mitigation measures, and then the birds fly through there and then into another one where they aren't implemented. So you need collaboration around actually implementing the outcomes of your research and monitoring. So that would be the prime motivation from my point of view. Yeah.
So thank you all. I guess no more questions. Everybody's hungry. Everybody's really dying to leave the room to have something to eat. Wonderful food here. So thank you a lot for the panel, and thank you for the audience for the questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that very engaging session. Just one announcement before we all head out to lunch. If you have a parking ticket where you registered, you will be able to exchange that one for one you don't have to pay for. Do enjoy your lunch. We will see you back here at 2. Thank you. Thank you. we're coming very close to the end of our engagements for the day. I can see that some of us are still concluding that last little bit of that conversation. There is a Ocean Decade Africa Roadmap booklet for distribution. Towards the end, or as soon as we've wrapped up, just on the seats at the front here, everybody, you're all welcome to just grab one. Please do grab one. I know what it's like to travel with pamphlets. It's not fun. So can we make sure that the gentleman doesn't travel back with these pamphlets back home? I mean, the engagements this morning have been fantastic. I mean, I've been jotting down quite a few notes that I'm going to share. But before I do that, we are going to get very short panel presentations, 5 minutes, from the existing partners on their priorities for AAORIA for the next 2 years. And after that we've had their inputs, we're going to open it up to the rest of the audience for any priority that we perhaps feel could have been added that has not been added. So I am going to ask for the leads from all 10 countries to be on alert. I am going to call 5 at a time because we can only accommodate 5 at a time. But I do know that there are a couple that are joining us virtually. So can we have Argentina, Brazil, Canada, Cabo Verde, European Union join me on the seats here? I remember Morocco isn't in the room, so let's have Norway and United Kingdom. Perhaps other people are still downstairs. Is it possible? No. Is it possible? No. I think I've called United Kingdom, United States. Mr. Patel, let's have you. And then we'll have the... Okay. And what we're going to be discussing here are the priorities for the next 2 years that everyone is going to be focusing on. And I'm going to start with Argentina. Or is Argentina virtual? Okay, thank you. Let's hear from Roberto. I feel like I can hear Roberto talking, but I feel like we can't hear him in the room. There we go. Yeah, it's very low. The sound is very low.
Is it better now?
Much better.
Okay. So, I'm sorry I'm not there. I will start by using a few seconds for a personal message. I wish I was there in Cape Town again. I got a gift for a very dear colleague from Cape Town. This is Nelson Mandela by himself, and he has a quote here on science, which I think is very fitting, and you please allow me to start with that. He said, the role of scientific knowledge is to ensure that decisions are made based on fact and knowledge rather than belief, myth, and superstition. And I would like to start with that. Thank you very much. Again, I'm really sorry I could not be there with you. So to talk about the priorities of Brazil, I will divide what I'm bringing here in 4 parts. First are the thematic priorities. Second, what we believe should be our priorities in terms of approach. The third element would be those priorities that are more cross-cutting in terms of fields of science. And finally, a different topic, which is polar research, which does not fit exactly. It's more thematic, but I would like to speak separately. So in terms of thematic priorities, we do have the 2018 Science and Technology Innovation Action Plan for the ocean and lists 4 thematic priorities, which are marine biodiversity, coastal areas and continental shelf, ocean circulation, ocean atmosphere interaction and climate variability, and the deep sea. A focus of recent investments and initiatives from our ministry is aligned also with the tackling of impacts of marine pollution, including plastics on marine species and ecosystems. And this for us also includes some initiatives that we do have on oil spills. So moving on for the second item, which is approach. We do believe on building on existing initiatives and work, such as the excellent work that was done in the cradle of the Anchor JPAs. Also, we think we need to align with all, as much as we can, with the Ocean Decade and regional initiatives in order to make sure that we do have, we are efficient and we use our very busy resources wisely. Moving on to cross-cutting themes, first and foremost, we'd like to highlight the importance of ocean literacy and building on existing initiatives such as our work on the Blue Schools Network, the Brazilian Ocean Olympics, and all the great work that is being done in this field. Second cross-cutting theme would be the promotion of diversity, equity, and inclusion with a great focus on gender and ECOPS. Third would be the observation and data with a focus on sharing and open science, again, building on existing initiatives such as our Atlantic Data Enterprise Joint Pilot Action and the roadmap for the All-Atlantic data space that it has devised. Finally, it's on the cross-cutting themes. It comes also from our action plan, which is the technology infrastructure for oceanographic research, including sharing of resource. Again, there are examples that we can build upon, such as the Atlantic Marine Research Infrastructure Network, and more specifically, the Atlantic Coastal Observing and Technology Network. Finally, I go into polar, and we have recently published our 10-year Antarctic scientific science plan. And although the name says 10-year Antarctic science plan, for the first time, we do now have a chapter on Arctic science. So it's the first for our research program to include explicitly the Arctic in its program. The Antarctic program, Antarctic science plans includes actions in the cryosphere, on Antarctic biodiversity, in Southern Ocean studies in a changing climate, geodynamics and geological history of Antarctica and its relations to South America, middle and upper atmosphere dynamics in Antarctica, human and social science, and also polar health. And with that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think that was very clear. Quite a bit of building from the previous and expanding from the previous and ensuring that the region is included, but also just ensuring that there's a maximization of resources and their utility. I think that was Brazil. Canada.
Thank you. And like my colleague Roberto, I just have a few themes that I'll bring forward. Specifically, not looking at it through the context about what Canada's doing in the ocean space in regards to science, but building on what we discussed earlier this morning about AAORIA's potential as an accelerator for the research that's taking place, either domestically, internationally, or in other fora. What are those things that, like, looking at what's happening internationally and domestically, these could be areas that AAORIA could focus on that also align with priorities of the Government of Canada? So first being conservation of biodiversity and the long-term health of marine life. And what I've done is just given a few, first of all, it's easy to agree on high-level messaging. It's when you start getting into the details of what does that mean, where would we focus our energies, I've for each theme put a few examples that are not meant to be limiting, but more just being more concrete about what types of activities and themes could be captured in those themes. So marine protected areas, ecosystem approach, which came up yesterday in the polar session. For example, the Arctic, impacts of climate change. Secondly, the ocean's role in climate change, looking at vulnerabilities, both ecosystem vulnerabilities as well as infrastructure vulnerabilities, the ocean climate nexus, nature-based solutions, and lastly, the third theme, efforts to support a sustainable blue economy and ocean economy. Notice it's singular, an economy, a worldwide sustainable blue economy. So again, some examples looking at the use of technologies, different approaches for how we might better monitor the ocean. And I think that was also raised in some of the discussions today and yesterday in the context of polar. A few other things that has also been raised, looking at the cumulative effects monitoring and modeling, something else that we wanted to just bring forward. But like Roberto, we do have some thematic overarching themes to bring forward as well, and they're captured in the slide below the priority areas, data sharing, knowledge products, and I spoke to that myself earlier today, the importance of developing products that really translate the knowledge that exists into vehicles that are actionable for decision makers, but also for society. Equity, diversity, and inclusion, including the really important role of Indigenous knowledge in both the development and also the execution of projects. And then lastly, something also that Roberto raised, and I think we heard about earlier today, was just the enormous amount of work that's going on in other fora, that overlap with the membership of AAORIA, like the IOC, in some cases, the Ocean Panel, a whole bunch of other acronyms that I think most of you would probably be familiar with, that look at how hydrography is undertaken worldwide, how climate modeling is developed, and others. So, one of the challenges I think we have before us is looking at what work is already going on, where would there be benefit for an AAORIA action or actions in the space that some of this work is happening within, and where are there potentials for AAORIA to make a contribution that would be distinct from the work that's happening? Because I think, as we've heard, there's a tremendous amount of challenges facing the ocean, and I think not duplicating our efforts is an important consideration and mission for AAORIA itself. So I'll just maybe leave it there. Thanks.
So there's a very clear call there for the unique value that AAORIA as a forum, as an initiative, is going to be adding over and above the existing work. And I think that makes a lot of sense. I think next up is Cabo Verde. Is Cabo Verde online? I don't think we actually had Cabo Verde in the morning as well. Yeah? European Union.
Good afternoon. We would like to build our priorities on three key principles that have been mentioned by several partners this morning. And the first one is the urgency to act. The second one is the need to focus on a few key actions. And the third one is the equity to benefit the most vulnerable communities. So therefore, while we will continue to contribute to all the 7 priorities which were endorsed in the Washington Declaration, we would like to propose that we focus at least on one flagship initiative, which would be output-focused and impact-driven, and which could be on the subject of resilience, climate resilience for coastal communities, with a particular focus on the extreme events which are affecting our coastlines all over the globe, and including sea level rise. So here the scope of this flagship initiative would be to use the existing science that we collectively produced and all the solutions which are developed by our collective research and innovation efforts in order to benefit, first of all, to help the managing authorities which at national, regional and local level have to deal with disaster risk management connected to the ocean. And then to engage and empower, as has been said this morning, empower the indigenous community to put in place those measures that they need in their local context, adapted to their local context, in order to face this climate very serious risks which are ahead of us, which are daily affecting already our communities. So, and maybe taking a few examples in our different coastlines, the waterfront cities, small islands which are most vulnerable to these disastrous effects. So this would be one proposal. It would also imply a shift that we move the focus from the pure scientific community focus to that interface between the scientific community, those who have to take decisions, the managing authorities, and the communities, the indigenous communities themselves. So the focus would be shifted to this interface and to the empowerment of indigenous community with the solutions which are provided by our excellent science. Beyond that, so this would be a new type of flagship that we would like to propose. Then beyond that and connected to that, of course, for us it's very important to continue to work in priority on the ocean observing and data sharing systems, including data infrastructure, interoperability, standardization. This is also all connected also to the resilience to climate, closely linked to the digital twin of the ocean that we are developing within the European Union and beyond, so in international context. So this is first a further priority that we would like to propose. Marine protected areas, of course, and marine ecosystems conservation and restoration across all our ocean. The marine pollution also taking into account a future UN global treaty to tackle plastic pollution as well. Another aspect that we would like also connected and we would like to highlight as a priority is also the pole-to-pole dimension of our alliance, and therefore the polar research and all the contributions that it can bring to the issue of also climate and ocean nexus, following the conclusion of a climate polar summit. Polar Summit in Paris and the Paris Declaration and call for glacier actions. And finally, last but certainly not least, as horizontal activity and enabler underpinning all our activities, of course, the ocean capacity development, the training, the ECOPS, and the youth, which are really, we have seen it, we keep on seeing it, they are really the power to drive our future. So this is a very important activity that we would like to continue to promote and support. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. There's an interesting note there about the kind of shift that's required if you're moving from decision makers being pure scientists and then having decision makers within the community and indigenous space as well. And I thought that was really interesting and very inclusive, which I think has been one of the things that have been spoken about throughout the day: inclusivity, diversity, and I think just the decision making inclusion in that. And acknowledging that, I think, is very profound. Morocco was online. Morocco is online.
Okay, take it away, Morocco.
Thank you very much again to give Morocco this opportunity to propose some priority. First of all, I want to inform you that our country, Morocco, through the Ministry of Higher Education, Scientific Research and Innovation, support the priorities proposed by the working group. I give you some priority that we think that are very interesting to set up our declaration. Ocean observing and data sharing is very important, including data infrastructure and other data, marine protected areas and marine ecosystem conservation and restoration, marine pollution, enhancing access and sharing the infrastructure is very important because for Morocco and for other countries in Africa, in Africa, we have the competency, we have the researchers, but unfortunately we haven't a lot of infrastructure to work in this field. Development also of collaborative training workshop and summer schools also is very important for all countries. It creates engagement with the industry and the association. We must involve the industry, the private sector, and also the association in our work. Support capacity development initiatives such the inshore Atlantic training platform and other initiatives. In addition of this priority, Morocco proposed four priorities. The first priority is to set up a mobility program for research and PhD students. We propose that we can set up a mobility program in objective to encourage the mobility between the countries, between the research center and between the universities in our countries. We propose also to set up a scholarship program for students because mobility is very important, but we must have some scholarship program to support our students. We propose also to encourage a network between the researchers and also between the institution. And finally, if possible, we propose to create a small committee to identify the cultural project in Eurozone Europe related to our topics in objective to prepare some submission to have the financial support from the European Commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Of course, a very clear pronouncement of the challenges that Africa has around infrastructure there, but also quite a strong emphasis on the capacity building, the mobility between universities. So a lot of knowledge sharing, the building networks within universities as well that's coming through there from Morocco. I understand I have Argentina online now. Thank you.
Yes, I'm here. Sorry, because I had a problem with the connection, but now it's possible to speak. Thank you. Well, good afternoon. Dear members of the high-level council and authorities, could you listen me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clearly. You can go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here today to exchange our views on the efforts made in science diplomacy in the countries of both sides of the Atlantic Ocean. In recent years, has made a very strong commitment to development of the scientific, technological, and innovation sector as a driver to achieve national and regional sovereignty in the issues addressed by this initiative. The scientific policy in Argentina was established in a national plan for 2030, which is aligned with United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Additionally, among the most relevant scientific policy for Argentina, the law on funding for the National Science, Technology and Innovation System, has had a remarkable impact because it proposed a progressive increase of investment in science and technology up to 2030. For this reason, in order to focus efforts on priority and strategic areas, a major challenge of our country is working to achieve a radical change in our productive matrix and trade balance. It is essential to develop technology and add value to our raw materials. The core policy of our ministry includes an absolute commitment to building capacity so Argentina can export technology worldwide in strategic sectors. We seek to support systemic social changes which will allow sustainable growth through technological and innovative solutions, always considering the value of biodiversity and sustainable development. As for the issues that brings us together, we must emphasize that Argentina has an important maritime coastline that includes an exclusive economic zone with commercial fisheries, oil and gas basin, and mineral deposits of great economic importance, and therefore is an important potential source of marine energy. The interest is solely projected towards Islas Malvinas, the Antarctic Islands, the southwestern Atlantic Ocean, and the Antarctic continent. Promoting the systematic exploration and sustainable management of this heritage is a national strategic goal. To achieve this, we develop an important bilateral ocean cooperation with strategic partners such as Brazil, Chile, United States, Canada, France, Germany, South Africa, and the European Union. At present, projects focused on the observation of maritime space include Sabiamar, a satellite produced in Argentina that contributes greatly collaboration in Latin America and is key to study the primary productivity of the sea, marine ecosystems, the dynamic of coastal waters, and the management of fisheries resources. Another example of international cooperation is our participation in Anchor project and its continuation Oceano project, which we are expecting with great enthusiasm. Finally, I would like to mention our important Pampa Azul initiative developed between different institutions engaged in ocean research in Argentina. This initiative, with 10 years of execution, aims to study conservation and sustainable use of marine and coastal resources in the South Atlantic. During the last 4 years, based on substantial funding, the aim has been to strengthen, modernize, and expand research infrastructures, promote appropriate technology for exploration and exploitation of marine resources, encourage productive innovation in industries connected with this sector, promote generation of knowledge for conservation of marine natural assets, and train human resources. In Argentina, we are working in a coordinated manner between the various agencies and government levels to address the problem caused by overexploitation, marine pollution, extreme weather conditions, as well as variation in sea levels, coastal erosion, and the loss of habitat and biodiversity. Various measures must be taken in line with a medium and long-term planning to promote the establishment of multidisciplinary approach and interinstitutional synergies, and we are making progress along that road. Strengthening the sector at the national level will allow us to contribute clearly and precisely with our capabilities in international collaboration within the framework of this important Atlantic Alliance that is essential for the development of our countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Lots of collaboration there. We will have next Norway.
Good afternoon. I must say it's been a few intense days and we learned so much, so you could wonder if everything is said. The controller is... I just wanted to introduce you to two major issues before I go into the Norwegian shortlist. I wanted to remind us that we are talking about safe and healthy seafood here. And I see I don't have the last presentation that I made, but this is the point. We want to have more safe and healthy seafood from the sea. This was very adequately pointed out by the CEO of Nofima in Norway, Bente Torstensen, earlier this morning about the need for this for more food from the oceans. This is one of the points, and also the other point that's also been made by many is that we do this research for a better management advice. The science policy interfaces are important here, and we hear that most of the people are addressing this issue, but it's very important that we also ask management what they need. This was also slightly addressed yesterday when there was a day zero polar event happening. So these are the two things that we have in mind when we go into our shortlist. Sorry, we have taken the wrong slides. Okay, I'll do the shortlist by memory. We have the climate change has been on our list. I had a little slide that we have borrowed from NOAA that showed that we are going from a situation where we look at one impact, one species, over to a much more complicated picture of a lot of interactions, human interactions, and a lot of things happening, and a lot of species that has to be taken into consideration. So the climate change and the effect thereof is very important to address in these issues. I also had the one point about polar research. I learned yesterday that we were bipolar, and for Norway especially it's very important, both the Arctic and the Antarctic, and addressing this, and I think it's going to come into AAORIA as well, since we hear that a lot of the countries are addressing this issue. What we also look into is that we are looking at both infrastructure and data sharing. It has been addressed that we have a lot of infrastructure around in all the countries to actually make this accessible to more people and to interact on the interfaces. And the infrastructure is very important. When you also see that you need to use a lot of more smarter technologies, new technologies, then it's very important to also share the data. I think somebody said today that it was very important to have data repositories and that everybody could access them to start and move a lot of data around. It's not really very feasible. We also see that the AI and the use of APIs to connect all this data is going to be a big issue. So working with both the infrastructure and the data management and sharing is going to be very important. We are looking into that all these data should be shared fair. It's not fair less than fair, but the shortness fair, that you can look up what it means, is very important to us at least. We also looked into that we need to look at ocean literacy. I was happy enough to be in Galway this summer, and I was very impressed by the young career scientists that was presenting there. They really, and what we've seen today with the young scientists, and they said kids, I think, they so look like youth to me, and really include a lot of people into this work that we are doing. So now I have to think out of my head that I had 2 more points. I'll just see if I actually had, no I hadn't. So there was one more point, if I had the real slides that was important. I'm looking at Ivan Lawrenson now because he has the original file. Yes, but we had 5 points, and what was the last one? Oh, okay. So it's a very pleasure for us in Norway to actually join both the AAORIA and participate in this work. And I also see that we are going to get a lot of, I think there's going to be a lot of very good spin-off projects from this. And I think it's also very important to meet in person, because I enjoyed very much talking to many of you. And I think that in the meetings we will have in the future, it will be very good to communicate and really to make this merge into a whole that we all can be proud of. Thank you.
Not only do I also like meeting in person, but I often think about what the world will be like if there was no more salmon. It's like one of my favorite things. I must say though, what struck me there was the asking managers what they need. I thought that was really important, because it's always the responsibility of managers to figure out what everyone else needs. So it was sobering to really think about what the manager themselves need. Where we'll have now United Kingdom.
Thank you. I thought I was about to lose my notes just as I stepped on stage, which would have been both new members in that situation, but thankfully they're still here. So I'll start by just saying how glad we are as the UK to join again. We have a rich culture and heritage of marine and ocean science in the UK, and indeed many years of working together bilaterally and in multilateral organisations with many of the countries involved in AAORIA. So we really look forward to building on those existing partnerships as we join. Reflecting the fact that there are quite a lot of existing international programs and bilaterals already, I definitely echo the points that have been made by others, that it's important we identify what the focus is and what particular subjects we ought to focus on in AAORIA. And in that context, I'm going to draw out 3 of the 7 priorities and make a couple of comments about areas of particular UK interest. The first of the priorities I'll comment on is around climate and the interaction between climate and oceans. I recognise, of course, that the oceans are a really important controller on climate. It's quite remarkable, I think, to reflect the fact that if you look at the temperature in September this year, it was 1.4 degrees centigrade, the global mean temperature, above the average for last century. And that puts it a whole 0.4 of a centigrade warmer than any other September before then. It's a really striking change. And that was driven by the El Nino conditions. It was driven by an ocean condition changing climate. It's just a recent indicator of how important the oceans are for climate. But we know they moderate CO2 and heat around the world to control climate and weather. And I love a quote from Shelley that John commented on earlier about them being the stabilizer of the planet. So it's really important that we continue to understand better that role that the oceans play in climate. But like others today, and particularly the EU, I think it's important that we build on that and think about the interaction between climate and the oceans and human endeavour. And there are 2 particular, or perhaps 3 particular themes I'll draw out on climate. One of which I had labelled adaptation, but I'm happy to call it resilience instead and align with the EU on this, reflecting the fact that we know the ocean through sea level rise, through extreme events, through coastal inundation, through the challenges that climate poses on our food systems in coastal settings, is a significant challenge on human infrastructure and societies, and a theme around adaptation and ocean resilience and coastal communities would be one that we would be supportive of. Also, of course, we do need to think about mitigation, and the ocean provides energy for us, increasing sources of renewable energy of significant interest to many here. So there's a scope for some endeavour in AAORIA around that energy extraction and the environmental consequences of that energy extraction that we might think about. We also rely on the oceans for carbon sequestration. They do that naturally, and there's increasing attention on accelerating that through blue carbon or through other mechanisms to deliberately carbon dioxide remove into the ocean. And if you look at the IOC's recent statement in the run-up to Dubai, jointly with the Ocean Pavilion at COP28, you'll see that one of their 4 themes and suggestions for focus is around better understanding the science of carbon dioxide removal into the ocean. And I think there is a gap in international dialogue in that space where there's a desperate need for better authoritative and neutral science, and we could really have an interesting AAORIA conversation in that area as well. So I've spoken longer than perhaps I should on climate. I'll try and be quick with the other 2 areas where there are strong interests in the UK. The second of those then is the monitoring, protecting, restoring and indeed using marine ecosystems and biodiversity. We are fundamentally reliant on those ecosystems for food, for oxygen and support of the health of the oceans. One of the ways that that's been recognised recently is the CBD process at COP15 last year, which really pointed out the need to reverse biodiversity loss again. And in the ocean, one of the ways we do that is establishing marine protected areas. The UK has been championing the 30 by 30 narrative here. I'm very keen to see that those marine protected areas are not just paper parks, but are actually parks that have value. And we need, in order to do that, really rigorous science that understands what is it about a marine protected area that makes it valuable. How do we make sure that we maintain the protection? So something around the science of marine protected areas would be valuable. There's also increasing knowledge about how much we can extract from the oceans in genetic resource. And we heard some comments about biotechnology already today, but there's another vast area where the oceans and its biodiversity has something to offer to humans, and much of the skills that we might need to explore that further in this AAORIA network, another area where we could see greater linkage. And one of the problems with that sequence data, the genetic data, is the vast amounts of data that it involves. And of course that brings me on to our third theme here, which is about coordinating data, coordinating observations and making those available. There is a lot of activity in this space already internationally through programs like GOOSE and the UN Decade. So I think AAORIA needs to tread carefully, but there's clearly a role for it to play here. And some of the things that we might think about looking at are prioritization. What are the key data sets, the key observations that we ought to make? New monitoring approaches, and others have already mentioned that today, new technologies to make those measurements. And new needs. What are the new things we need to measure because of changing human interaction with climate? So I focused on those 3 areas. That's not to say the UK is not interested also in pollution, in fishing, aquaculture, the blue economy, education, and expertise sharing. We have interests across the board. Most of all, we're interested in working with our new partners in AAORIA to advance ocean science. Thank you.
The UK is emphasizing some of the gaps that are still existing that require some basic science still, just understanding really what's happening with that CO2 in the ocean and what new things should we be figuring out and how should we be monitoring and capturing that data and using that data moving forward. Okay, I've got you. And then we have the United States of America.
Thank you very much. Before I get to a couple of principles and the research priorities we wanted to espouse, I wanted to share some data. It's in my employment contract that I can't talk without sharing data. For October, and these are going to be sobering statistics, and I think that will set the stage to the principles I'll espouse next. In October, the global surface ocean temperature was the 7th monthly record in a row. 7 months of global record high temperature for the oceans. Surface temperature in the northern hemisphere was a full 1.92 degrees centigrade above the long-term average, and in the southern hemisphere it was 0.77 degrees centigrade. That was the most warm October in the northern hemisphere and the third warmest October in the southern hemisphere. I hope that underscores the urgency and why this alliance has so much promise. We have to further action that we've already started. So for the last couple of years, AAORIA has developed the terms of reference and the declaration. We've gotten past what I hope to be the bureaucratic parts, and we get to the fun part, which is deciding what we're going to do as an alliance. Before I jump into the research priorities that I want to espouse, I want to start with a couple of principles and the general U.S. perspective on this alliance. First and foremost, the U.S. remains committed to an open and inclusive alliance, and this means not only inviting new partners and supporters, but also ensuring that our work is done in a safe and inclusive manner for scientists and stakeholders from all different backgrounds and identities. Second, and I want to echo what's been said earlier today, I think it's important that we have a very narrow list of priorities, particularly for the first couple of years. From our perspective, ideally, we would come out of this meeting with 2 or 3 clearly defined lines of effort that can give us some early wins and opportunities for collaboration in calendar year 2024. It might be tempting for us to create catch-all priorities, but I think that would be a disservice. That would diffuse effort and attention, and I believe with limited staff and budgets that we should be focusing and narrowing. I also believe that we have to, mimicking some of the things that my colleagues have said, make sure that we avoid duplication of efforts with other fora and instead focus on how AAORIA partnership can underscore, amplify, and complement activities that are already occurring. What is the unique niche that AAORIA can fill? And the final thing, which I promise does lead to specific research priorities, is that AAORIA itself should remember that we are research focused. That research must inform how we approach global challenges, and that we are intending to translate that science to decision support, but that we leave those management and enforcement decisions to others. All right, with those overarching principles out of the way, I want to offer 3 research priorities and 1 supporting initiative from the U.S. perspective. First, we would appreciate seeing a focus on ocean monitoring and observing. Ocean observations have helped inform weather forecasts, climate predictions, fisheries management, and have shown us how our oceans are changing over time. Without the network of observations we have today, I would not have been able to authoritatively share with you the data that I mentioned at the very beginning. As we know more, we improve our models, and that begets a need for additional data to feed those models, to give us finer scale predictions. Through collaborations on ocean monitoring and observing, we can benefit and achieve more in a shorter time frame than any one of us can do individually. I believe that there's a great opportunity to leverage existing efforts that were started under both Belém and Galway and bring in partners from those efforts. Second priority area, ocean exploration. I think one of the greatest achievements of the Galway Statement was that we were able to explore parts of the Atlantic Ocean that hadn't been studied before. Ocean exploration helps provide a foundation of information that can determine where we need to do additional research and potentially take additional management action. And third, an area that's near and dear to my personal background is social science. While many think of social science as things that can be integrated with other topics, we see value in social science as a standalone research priority. Like with ocean exploration, there are sizable gaps in social science baselines related to human uses of our oceans and climate impacts. Together, AAORIA can work to create these baselines, which can inform a broader range of scientific collaboration moving forward. Now, I mentioned an aligned research priority area, an aligned strategic initiative with those 3 research priorities. We recognize the value and strong foundation from the previous Galway and Belém statements in the areas of ocean literacy, capacity building, and engagement of early career ocean professionals, and we would propose a working group to continue those efforts in parallel with the research priorities that we eventually select from this forum. Thank you.
Very clear advocacy there for a unique area. Once more, it's coming up again, the focusing on
one, two, or three focus areas so that there isn't any duplication of efforts and so on. All right. And lastly, we'll have our host, South Africa.
Thanks, Tuli. I want to echo what was said by a number of speakers around the need for focus, etc. But I thought let me just share with people more broadly what are South African priorities in the ocean and marine space, and then focus in on what I think we would like to see moving forward around AAORIA. So broadly, South Africa's strategy beyond oceans and marine in general across all areas is that we need to do two things at the same time. One is to build our science base, and two is to advance impact. There's a lot to be done around advancing the science base. So on advancing the science base in South Africa, there's two particular areas that we really want to focus on. One is we have started on a journey through our South African Research Infrastructure Roadmap of really consolidating and advancing our research infrastructure program. I think we have a lot to offer for a country our size at the southern tip of the continent of Africa, but there's a lot more to be done in just building infrastructure capabilities. This is being done through national resources, but where we can partner with others, we would like to look at those opportunities. And then the second is that I've been told by the scientists that this area broadly defined, including the southern oceans, plays a significant role in modulating climate, but it's very understudied in terms of just generically knowing what is happening in that space. So the southern oceans remain a focus. I said it's not just on the Atlantic, and that will remain something that we would do, and hopefully Sandy will talk about some of our work in the space, including I think someone raised the issue of carbon removal around that. So that's a second priority. The third area is in terms of the impact now, and just having come through two very devastating storms that had untold impacts in Durban and in the Eastern Cape, the whole issue of disaster risk reduction and management and early warning systems and resilience, etc. So that remains an important program of work. The fourth, I think, has been raised by Norway, and I don't think all of this has to be AAORIA priorities, but hopefully these conversations will also open up doors for bilateral and trilateral engagement, and that is around fisheries and aquaculture and deriving more resources from the ocean in a sustainable way, and that remains a priority as part of our Operation Pakisa, etc. And then the two cross-cutting areas continue to remain important for us, and I think we still have a scientific workforce that needs to grow still and to transform and to bring in young people, but also demographically to ensure that we build succession from the existing researchers. So human capital development remains an important program, and we're going to be launching some important efforts where we want to be able to send young South Africans to world-class facilities all over the world in partnership so that we're well integrated. So hopefully we can do this at all levels, the human capital development. It's not only at researcher level, PhDs and masters, it's also in the subsidiary activities, translation, knowledge brokering, evidence-based support, visualization of data, etc. In fact, I missed out one, the observation. The observation remains important for us. But the cross-cutting human capital development, and then broadly ocean literacy and engagement. But I would say it's just scientific literacy is a general priority, and part of that includes kind of ocean literacy. So those are some of the generic priorities. In terms of where I think we would see most value in terms of the AAORIA partnership, because of its scope and size and scale, is obviously around the observations and building up these systems, but with the caution that a number of people have highlighted, that there's a lot happening in this space and we need to be treading both strategically and cautiously. So hopefully we would have to have a process to fine-tune. I think it's still too broad at the area. And I think we would associate ourselves very strongly with the call by, I think it was the European Union, for really an action-orientated, mission-driven program aimed at building resilience. And with that, our interest is not only South Africa, but to use this as a way of strengthening our partnership with African partners. Thank you.
South Africa recognizing the southern parts of the oceans there, which I think is really important for South Africa because we do have that dynamic, right? So for the next, while you are seated here, so for the next 20 minutes, I want to facilitate a dialogue about what priorities perhaps didn't come out of here, or what comments are coming out from the audience that were perhaps not covered. I would like a roving mic. I can take hands for further contributions. We've got a hand. The mic is coming. And perhaps even if it's not additional priorities that have not been stated, but comments and conversation around those that have been brought up. If you'll just say who you are and where you're from as well, please.
Lawrence from Paralink Aerospace. Just a quick question directed to the South African representative. When you talk about young people, are you talking about inclusion in the decision-making level? Which level are you talking about? And how can we better facilitate or bring in the young people on board easily so, swiftly so? And is it because we're not ready? What is the problem? Secondly, on the satellite issue, can we also mention, synthetic aperture radars to proper, map out our oceans, know more? Because it seems like we know more about space than our oceans. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, you want me to answer immediately? No, I can't agree with that more. I think that we need to think a lot more harder about how to effectively integrate young people in everything. I think I was having this discussion with John, and certain processes have emerged, like ensuring that every time there's a young person at the opening of a major conference. We've just had GEOS as an example, the Global Earth Observation Systems for System, and they had a dedicated youth workshop, and that was featured prominently in the final ministerial declaration. So I don't think you can just pay lip service to bringing young people. You have to be very purposeful, and it's young people at all levels. It's being able to do the science, but also to inform the science. And a particular area that I think young people can play a significant role is in the innovation space. New opportunities, both in terms of ocean technologies, but also on how to use existing technologies in a much more innovative way. So it's a broad base, and I think I would not be out of line in saying, speaking on behalf, we spend a lot of time in the H Lab and others continuously reinforcing and showing a mirror to ourselves. Are we doing enough to do that? Maybe we haven't succeeded in this forum, but the intention is we need to be able to do that and resource it and create networks for young people so that young people globally see themselves as part of a global community, a global commons trying to solve global problems through their collective efforts. Thanks.
I also think young people want to participate in decision-making and influencing decisions, and I think that's where also that question comes from, to say we understand all the capacity building as young people, but we also want to be able to inform decision-making and sit around the table. Is there another comment, question?
Yes, thank you. I'm Marjolaine Krug from the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment. I think one thing that keeps coming back is data, and I couldn't agree more that for any decision we need data. And if we look at the Atlantic Ocean, we'll see that the southern part below the equator is very data scarce compared to the northern part. So there's a complete, that impacts the global models, the climate predictions, everything. So I would like to propose to expand on the collection of data in data scarce region, maybe through already existing international programs such as the AGO, BioAGO, gliders, ships of opportunity, and especially in the coastal and boundary regions where there's a big societal impact. And I want to, I was very interesting because satellite data is also key. And I want to salute the European Union because they're providing all of the data for free, right? And this has led to incredible development. I'm speaking just for South Africa here, but I think it applies for all African regions as well because they can have access to this information in near real time for free, and they can derive a lot of knowledge from that. But there are data sets out there that are not so easily accessible across the Atlantic. And if we could have, data agreements or ways of sharing certain data, such as the synthetic aperture radar data that was mentioned, that Canada, you need to have an agreement with Canada. It's very expensive and out of reach for a lot of countries. So I think data is key, and promoting data collection exercises that can be globally accessed, that's already part of global initiative would be easier maybe than having developed, deployments at national levels. But it's just a thought.
Sure, I think that's very clear while we get the mic there. So there are areas where there's data, but the data isn't being mined and it's not being captured. And then there's places where there's a lot of data, but the data isn't being shared. Is that what you're saying? And then there's places where there's data and those people are sharing the data. So you're calling for a little bit more equity and more transparency and more sharing of technologies that others are using for others to be able to capture the data. Is that correct? Okay.
Thank you. It's Murray Roberts from iAtlantic. I just wanted to pick up on the really good point about the disparity in data across the Atlantic. It's a really obvious big picture. And I wanted to just ask a question of the audience and maybe the panel. Is anyone here from the private sector? And good to have you. That's not many. And I just wanted to really ask the question. In iAtlantic, we set out with our second priority to map. The Atlantic is very, very poorly mapped. Let's not forget the area of the Atlantic, it's continental North America, South America, Africa, and Europe, and more. It's vast. Very little of it is adequately mapped. We were able to unlock 500,000 square kilometers. It sounds a lot, but it's a tiny pinprick. Mostly, it was industry data off Brazil, which was locked and inaccessible to academic research. It's now fully open, it's in a fair repository. I think we could do a lot if we came together around that and engaged the private sector. It took quite a lot of work, but it was achievable. There are data out there we do not access. If we're taking a focus into the coasts, I think it'd be very interesting to pull that up a little more. And just while I have the microphone, I also hope in the prioritization setting, we don't forget the unique qualities of the Atlantic and its overturning circulation and its areas beyond national jurisdiction, because I can't think of another program that's going to be doing work that maps on to ABNJ, maps on to BBNJ, as well as perhaps the priorities we're seeing advanced in AAORIA. Thank you.
I think that's a very valid point, and I just wanted to add on, we are an old institute, IMR, and we have time series going 100 years back. There is a tendency that people want to continue to do it in the same fashion, and a time series is very difficult to kill, and you should probably not do it, but we are talking a lot about working smarter and using new technologies and all these words that come like gliders and USVs and AOVs. It's going to be a lot of data, and I agree with you that it has to be more data collecting, but we probably also have to look at more like a survey design. What kind of data do we need, because we can't map it all? So I'm sort of looking for somebody who can tell us what's the right place to go now, and where is the most, the biggest hole, so to speak, to bring in the data, and then use this analysis capacity that some people have to guide us in that issue. And also, it has to come over to machine learning, to AI. Not, you know, my Norwegian is sometimes switches those two letters. AI, right? Yes. Okay. So that's just a point from me. Thank you.
Any additional feedback?
Well, I was going to ask Murray for a point of clarification. The data you were talking about is seafloor data, right? Which I think is important to recognise that is a really valuable source of data, certainly an area of significant UK interest through the UK Hydrographic Office, which has collated quite a lot of global data, and the JEBCO programme run out of the UK, which also brings together a lot of international data about seafloor. And there's clearly stuff more to do in seafloor mapping, but there's also the wealth of data we can get from the water column. I don't know what others have heard amongst the comments today, but that seems to be one of the emerging common threads here, is interest in that data, and perhaps thinking about filling some of the gaps in geographical terms, but also recognising the financial constraints, working out how we can use new technologies and new approaches to make those measurements. That seems like a strand that we might want to explore further.
There's a hand there.
Thank you. Precious Mongwe. Maybe to echo again the data issue, I think that a lot of comments already come there, but I think that maybe there can be a few key variables that could be aimed at, to be written down as a way to look for a concrete goal, to say here are the few variables, and really aim to reduce the uncertainty in the measurements. And this could be at the form of maps that are provided maybe at the seasonal and annual scale in a time series, and figure out how to sustain these measurements. So, because there are variable use cases for this. One of the most obvious one is that, you know, CDR is beginning to take shape, but I don't think that we have good understanding of the natural systems in terms of budgets, to say what are the current budgets now, and when alteration happen, how is the system changing? And so I think it will be useful to come up with a list of variables, and I think that there is a lot to learn about how observations has been sustained in the northern part of the Atlantic Ocean, and I think those systems could be useful in creating sustainable observation system, and the use of tools like AI to build products that could be updated much easier even after the first round of the products. I think that coming up with a list might be useful, and yeah, thank you.
Any comments from here yet? I think there's a question there. There's a question there? No. Okay. Last round of questions. There's a question there. Okay.
Hi, Christo Whittle, CSR. It sounds a lot like we're talking to ourselves again. There's a big focus on data, how we're going to acquire data, where there are gaps in data, and so on. And I think part of the issue is, like we said, we're a bunch of scientists here maybe, and only maybe one from industry. But the issue of science literacy came up, and ocean literacy. And I was wondering what that really means. Because aside from being in the face of people who like to deny science, which is popular at the moment, so how are we going to educate or spread the literacy, as it were, and who is the literacy targeted at? Are we talking at the junior level, secondary, tertiary, or so on, or is it a general literacy about science that is relevant? Because many of the topics that we are talking about are not relevant to ordinary citizens, and our politicians are ordinary citizens. Yes, they make big decisions, but in terms of the education around science, are not always going to be thinking the way we do. And when we talk about science literacy, how do we address that gap? How do we communicate between ourselves, and not just amongst ourselves, between ourselves and the rest of society? I think that is a big question that we're missing even just in this discussion now.
I think that came up in the virtual forum we had last time, in the sense that you want to use common language to communicate with civic society and to communicate with communities. And what I thought was really interesting today, which was different to back then, is that today there was mention of a podcast as a way of communicating to general public. But of course, the question is still valid beyond the schools, the schools initiative and the schools program, and perhaps the usage of media in the form of the podcast, what else should be done and who else should we be speaking to about these topics? So that's valid.
I think it's really important to think about literacy in the broadest possible sense. So instinctively, we often think about educating the young and educating the broader public. But some of the most important constituencies out there are the private sector and the policymakers, who also are often quite ignorant about ocean science, and perhaps particularly some of the more environmental aspects of ocean science that we might care about in this room. And the instinct of, well, we need some wind energy, so we'll put some turbines in, or we need a new port, so we'll build a new port, or we need some new hotels, so we'll just build them, without thinking about the ocean science that underpins that, is often one of the things that causes the greatest damage to the ocean system. So there's a literacy issue here about interacting with a much broader public and those people, particularly with power in the system. And I think that's to me anyway, one of the things that AAORIA could really do is move from just the understanding the problem in the ocean to understanding that human interface, where we start to act with the ocean. How do we make sure that is a literate conversation?
Yeah, I think we'll pick this up because there seem to be some themes coming up that reconciles with some of the corridor discussions we've been having around the next phase. But on kind of ocean literacy, my sense is that it can't be done at an international level. It's very localized. It's linked to decision-making structures, etc. Where AAORIA as a global platform can possibly, and I'm just raising this as something that we'll consider as the H-Lab, is the methods for effective science literacy and engagement, not necessarily to have a science literacy and engagement program. So I would think that there's a lot of opportunities for us sharing experiences around how it's been done. How has, for example, the kind of core ocean science assisted in better decision making around the siting of a port, as an example? What's the methodologies, what's the approaches, so that we can learn? Those things have to be embedded in a national context. Yeah? So that's part of the difficulty of being in an international project, and I think a couple of speakers mentioned this. Where is the specific value add that AAORIA can make? So that's on the first issue, and I think the observation and data came up quite a bit, and I think some of the suggestions about being very targeted about the variables, etc. I think it's coming together nicely. I think it will require a process after this, where we can really bring together the people who know this area effectively and guide and advise us, so that we have a very targeted program. And I'm hoping that we would make that one of the things that we would take forward in the next year. Thanks.
If I may, I'd like to draw a distinction between what I view as scientific literacy and ocean literacy. Not so long ago in the United States, a survey was done that asked those in their middle years who the most trusted individual outside of their family was, and the answer was their child's pediatrician. That the most trusted individual outside their family was someone who takes science and translates it into the health of their children. And in the last few years, that survey response has changed dramatically, and there's been an erosion in scientific literacy and the belief in the best available science. I believe that needs to be established. I don't know if that is the priority area for AAORIA. I draw that as a distinction between ocean literacy and scientific literacy. And ocean literacy, I believe, is focused on understanding of the broadest population of the importance to the ocean to the human condition, whether that is weather, economic benefits, cultural significance, maritime commerce. And I believe, as Imran just said, we could have a role in ocean literacy and the promotion of methods across our alliance for how to achieve that within our member countries.
Okay. Yes, I'll take one more.
I think your point about actually educating also the people that I sort of thought of when I was mentioning management advice, we see that a lot of local authorities sort of turns to us and say, what can we do here? Can we do this? Can we do that? So I think it's a kind of also translating the science over to sort of decision support system for people who have to do the management as it is. For instance, in a coastal area, we have a very long coastline, very convoluted coastline. There's a lot of issues, and there are more and more questions about what's the best thing for us to do here, and to translate the knowledge that we have over to something that is usable for more people. Is probably one way to go. Whether it's in the AAORIA, I'm not sure, but maybe.
Okay, it sounds to me like there's a value chain within the communication space as well for this sector and for this alliance to think about and to see. I mean, you're talking about the different methods that could perhaps be shared, but to also share in terms of best practice. Who do you need to be able to communicate that? And I don't know if it's taking place in the alliance itself and should be a core priority of the alliance, but certainly something that needs focus, because at the end of the day we are doing research for people, for people who are most impacted by the disasters that could take place in the ocean and in the climate and so on. And with that, did you want to say something?
Just to add that what is also be interesting is between literacy and awareness raising to engagement. So it's very important and it's key. We see it in our mission, for example, to restore our ocean and waters. The citizens' engagement and the role that the citizens can play in citizen science in this transformation that we need for the health of the ocean is key. So I think it's also important to consider this in the method. So from literacy to awareness raising to real engagement of the citizens as main actors of a change.
Sure, I think that covers it, that wraps it up quite nicely. Thank you so much to our panel. The HLB is going to have quite a lot to discuss. Thank you so much. You can now go back to your seats. That's the end. Folks, that actually brings us to the end of our day before the networking cocktail evening this afternoon at 6, and perhaps the afternoon tea that's taking place now. And then the HLB is going to go into a closed meeting. That meeting is going to be in room 1.9. The Department of Science and Innovation staff will also direct you to those rooms, to that room where that's supposed to be. But I do want to, as a parting shot, share with you some of the very few things that kept coming up quite often through the day. So there's a lot of talk about making this declaration a reality. There's a lot of focus on young people as a whole value chain. There's a big focus on how this declaration is going to become a reality. There's quite a lot about working smarter and using technology to be working smarter and to collect data and to create more practices in observation and monitoring. There's a lot of knowledge for decision making, but there's also what I saw throughout is use us. And I think the human aspect of this alliance kept coming through because people keep on saying, use us. We have the infrastructure, we have the data, we're willing. So I think on that note, I'm going to close for the day and wish you all well and wish you a great evening. And I will see you guys back here tomorrow morning. Thank you.